Chapter 1004. Human, the human has appeared again. Kill. As soon as Zichen appeared, he was discovered by the demons. They surrounded the teleportation portal and shouted. The teleportation portal was protected by the light of the rules. They couldn't enter, but there was a time limit. Once the time was up, Zichen would be teleported out. The demons shouted and threatened him. On the teleportation platform, Zichen looked around coldly. They seemed to have understood the rules of the ancient road. The demons guarding the teleportation portal were all original core demons. There wasn't even a human origin realm demon. From the demons shouting, Zichen heard that the humans who had arrived here had been killed mercilessly. Some were even dismembered. They also knew that the teleportation platform had a time limit. I'll let you live a little longer. Human, enjoy the time you have left. But I don't think you'll be happy. You'll spend it in fear. Just as they were laughing, the demons realized that the human on the teleportation platform had suddenly disappeared. He's gone? Why is he gone? All of the devilish beings were perplexed, and they began to look around. Behind them, they saw the human from before. It was a very strange human. After coming out silently, he did not run away immediately. Instead, he stood there quietly. Other than that, they could not sense the power of the other party. He was just like an ordinary person. How can this be? Human, you didn't run, a demon said coldly. At the same time, the other demons spread out to surround Zichen and attack him from all sides. If you don't die, how can I run? Zichen said coldly. His body flashed. Bang, bang, bang. There were 15 demons outside the teleportation platform. But under Zichen's attack, they didn't even last 15 breaths before they were all killed. After slaughtering the demons, Zichen went to Heaven's Pride City. That was the human's base. But before he reached Heaven's Pride City, Zichen saw a magnificent city in the distance. A city. Zichen's expression changed immediately. He stared ahead, confused. The first human settlement was very large, but there was only one real city, and that was Heaven's Pride City. But now, it was obviously not the Heaven's Pride City in Zichen's memory. Could it be that the humans built a big city to fight against the demons? The city in front of him covered thousands of miles. The city gate was tall and majestic. From afar, it looked like a giant black beast. Zichen had never seen this city before. It must have been newly built. But the aura of the city was very ancient, as if it had existed for thousands of years. As Zichen got closer to the city, he saw flashes of light. Each of the flashes of light was a human figure. After seeing these figures clearly, Zichen's pupils shrank again. He exclaimed, "Demon Clan, it's actually the Demon Clan." At this moment, many of the figures outside the city were actually demons. They came and went freely at the city gate, entering and exiting at will. Seeing this scene, Zichen immediately had a bad feeling. He couldn't help but guess that this city couldn't have been built by the demons, right? Above the city gate, there were 3 ancient words that confirmed Zichen's guess. Heaven's Devil City. Only cities built by the demons would have the word devil. Zichen saw dozens of demons entering one after another, but he didn't see a single human. How long has it been since the demons invaded? They've already built a city here. The generosity of the demons shocked Zichen. To be able to build a city on the same level as Heaven's Pride City, Heaven's Devil City, was naturally extraordinary. Although Zichen was known to be invincible in the mortal origin stage, he didn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, when he passed by Heaven's Devil City, he was more careful. Human. Zichen, who was moving forward carefully, was still discovered by the demons. Human, how dare you come to the territory of the demons? You're courting death. You're just a mid-stage primal core cultivator. How dare you appear here? Go to hell. More and more demons discovered Zichen. They originally wanted to enter the city, but they suddenly turned around and attacked Zichen. 7 or 8 demons chased after Zichen. The leader was a great circle primal core cultivator. Zichin panicked. He turned into a ray of light and started to escape. However, he was only a mid-stage primal core cultivator. His speed wasn't fast. The distance between him and the demons was closing. A mere human primal core cultivator. Seeing this, a primal core cultivator sneered disdainfully. He turned around and walked toward the city. When the other demons saw that the 7 or 8 demons had already chased after him, they all lost interest and turned back to Heaven's Devil City. "Human, if you stop obediently now, I can still leave your corpse intact," a demon shouted from behind. Zichin didn't say anything. He continued to escape. During the chase, he had already traveled tens of thousands of miles. The demons behind him laughed mockingly, shouted loudly, and threatened. It wasn't that they couldn't catch up to the humans. They were just playing with them. Like a cat playing with a mouse, they only started to eat when they were tired. "If we continue forward, we'll reach the human city," a demon said. "What are you afraid of? The humans are all hiding. Even if we kill people in Heaven's Pride City, they'll just watch and not do anything." When the other demons heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. "Yes, we'll kill the humans in Heaven's Pride City." The demons slowed down again, but they suddenly realized that the humans in front of them were also slowing down. They actually stopped. "Run. Human, you can continue to run." The demons stepped forward and shouted when they were still a distance away. Zichin looked at them coldly and didn't say anything. "Human, we can give you a chance to live. You can run to Heaven's Pride City. As long as you can enter the city, we'll let you live," a demon said. Zichin shook his head. "What, you're not willing?" The demon's eyes turned cold. Zichin finally spoke. His voice was very cold. "I'm indeed going to Heaven's Pride City, but not with you flies." "What?" The demons' faces were filled with killing intent. One of them said, "We wanted to let you live just now. Since you don't know what's good for you, we can only kill you on the spot." "Go, kill him together," a demon shouted. "No, I'll kill him." A late-stage primordial core demon walked out. He walked toward Zichin, murderous intent surging around him. "I'll torture him to death." The demon began to walk forward. Step by step, the murderous intent on his body grew stronger. But when he was 10 steps away from Zichin, his expression changed, and he slowed down. Behind him, the mocking demon's expression froze in the next moment. Then, a trace of shock appeared on his face. 10 steps away from Zichin, the demon stopped. His entire face was filled with shock. Then he retreated step by step, careful and cautious. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on." Zichin, who was releasing the aura of the mortal origin realm, sneered at the demon. "Let's go." After taking a few steps back, the demons immediately turned around and were about to escape. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled. Everyone subconsciously looked up. When they saw the huge thunder seal in the sky, their faces were immediately filled with fear. They were scared out of their wits. After using the thunder seal, Zichin left without looking back. After flying for about 1,000 meters, the sound of the thunder seal exploding came from behind. At the same time, there was a shrill scream in the sky. When the devil race invaded, the great formation above Tianjia City had already been activated. A bright and resplendent light barrier surrounded the entire Tianjia City. During this period, the devil race attacked several times without success. Only then did they settle for the next best thing and build Heavenly Devil City. However, the demons did not give up. Every day, they would come outside the city to make a ruckus. Their words were naturally harsh and vicious. In the city, all the humans felt humiliated, but they did not dare to casually go out of the city to fight. Because the city gate was tightly shut, the only way to leave the city was to jump off the tall tower. Jumping off was easy, but to successfully enter again was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 10 days ago, the demons provoked again. Their words were extremely disrespectful. This was a very common thing. The cultivators in the city had long been used to it. They stood on the city wall and cursed, venting their dissatisfaction, but who knew that from afar a figure would shoot out and kill the demons? Who knew that this killing would take 10 days? In 10 days, this person killed more than 100 demons in the Dan realm and more than 10 in the human realm. This was an extremely glorious record, because the person who fought was only a Dan realm cultivator. To be able to kill a human realm cultivator in the Dan realm meant that the other party's combat power was extraordinary. Naturally, his talent was very high. Such a person should be cultivated by the human forces. But the fact was the city gate was closed for 10 days and did not open for this person. During this period of time, Dan Yuan had also encountered danger several times. Some hot-blooded warriors could not bear to watch any longer and went down to support him. However, in the span of 10 days, many experts from the demon clan came and set up a formation outside the city, trapping the group of people inside. But what was extremely funny was that this formation had a very obvious gap and loophole. It was facing the city gate of Tianjiao City. As long as the city gate was opened, these people could come back. But the city gate was still closed. Master, 10 days, 10 days. On the city tower, a middle-aged man looked down at the dark formation. His eyes flashed with regret. 10 days, so what? In front of the middle-aged man stood a young man. The young man was only a Dan realm cultivator, but all the cultivators in Tianjia City were under his command at this moment, because he was the only spiritual body in the 5 elements force that did not withdraw, the spiritual body of the Jin clan. Master, they are all talents, especially the young man in black and the woman who seems to be from the ancient clan. These people should be cultivated vigorously. In the future, they will be the main force against the demons, the middle-aged man said. The young man smiled disdainfully and said, I admit that they have some talent, but that doesn't mean anything. Once we open the city gate, the demons will take advantage of the situation and enter. At that time, whether or not Tianjia City can be saved is still uncertain. You should know that there are many talents in Tianjiao City who are not weaker than them. The middle-aged man was silent and did not speak, but he sneered in his heart. Is there such a talent in the city? Even if there is, they lack courage. The young man looked at the figure that flashed in the square formation below, and a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Zi Chen's vision had already reflected the shadow of Tianjiao City. He saw the activated Great City Barrier Array, and also saw the devil race battle in the open space outside the city, as well as the many devils outside the array. Chapter 1005. Inside the demonic matrix, demonic chi was surging, and a terrifying killing intent was surging. After 10 days of killing, there were no more demons left in the matrix. They were either killed or sent to the outside world. At this moment, there were only humans left in the matrix. This demonic matrix was very powerful. The demonic blades that flashed from time to time contained super strong single-target attacks. However, they were not concentrated, and the humans could dodge them. It was as if the demons had deliberately left a loophole. They wanted to slowly torture these humans and play them to death. Swish! 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 Another wave of demonic blades flashed, tearing the space apart. The few humans started another round of dodging. After all the demonic blades disappeared, another human expert fell down. The others gathered, and there were only 5 left. The leader was a man in black. His expression was cold, and his body was covered in dried blood. His cold gaze fell on the other 4, and there was a touch of guilt in his eyes. It's my fault. Brother, what are you talking about? We were provoked by your hot blood and took the initiative to come down and kill the enemy. Even if we die, we won't blame you. A man said, That's right. If you really want to blame someone, it's that damned spirit body of the Jin family. It's fine if we die, but brother, you're so powerful. In the future, you'll be a great threat to the demons. That damned spirit body of the Jin family actually did nothing. The third man said, and his voice was cold. This is a common trick used by the 5 major powers, eliminating dissidents. Hee, in front of a great enemy, they're still selfish. It's really disappointing. It's a joke to expect such a family to lead us to kill the demons. The man in black said, "He must have killed me on the spot. Gene family spirit body, don't worry about him. If we die today, someone will avenge us in the future. Since you all say you're brothers, then let's be brothers. I don't have many brothers, but you 3 are definitely one of the few. My name is Zhang Haoyan." The other 3 were obviously stunned, and then they smiled bitterly. After fighting for so long, they rarely talked like this. Usually, they would just give orders to surround and kill. Therefore, after fighting for so many days, they didn't know each other's names. A slightly taller man said, "Haha, my name is Zhang Ming. I'm from the same family as Brother Zhang Haoyan. Although I'm a Xiantian realm martial artist, I was lucky enough to obtain a Xiantian realm technique. My name is Yuan Mingjue. Although I am a pre-celestial martial artist, my strength is not as good as Brother Zhangming. My name is Gupu. I'm an innate ranker, and my battle strength is only average. My name is Shangguan Yu." To be able to hold on for so long, none of them were ordinary people. At the very least, they were Xiantian lords with extraordinary battle prowess. Zhang Ming laughed heartily and said jokingly, "Shangguan Yu a good name indeed. Let's call you Yu we came down because of Brother Haotian's decisiveness in killing. What about you? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to Brother Haotian?" Shangguan Yu smiled and said, "We know each other and came to the ancient road to train together." The other 3 nodded and smiled. Their smiles were somewhat inexplicable. Zhang Haotian explained, "Yu is the wife of one of my brothers. I just said that if we die in battle, someone will definitely avenge us. I was talking about her husband." Gupu said, "If we really die, it's not the devil race's fault. The main culprit is the Jin family's spiritual body." Shangguan Yu said coldly, "Don't worry, if he knows, he will definitely avenge us." The 3's faces changed, and Yuan Mingjue said, "Don't tell me he can kill the invincible spiritual body." Zhang Haoyan said, "He has already killed more than one spiritual body." More than one spiritual body. Could it be? The 3 looked at each other, and then their faces changed again as they exclaimed, "Ziqin, could it be Ziqin?" "Hee, humans, have you rested enough? If you have, let's continue." The devil race's voice sounded from outside the array, and another wave of devil blades appeared, attacking the 5 humans. On the city gate tower, seeing the new wave of attacks from the devil race's array, many human cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Among them, there were some hot-blooded warriors who wanted to go down and destroy the enemy, but the people below were examples. Once they went down, they would never have the chance to return, and they would die in battle. This kind of death was not worth it, so no one went down. The Jin family's spiritual body had an indifferent expression as he silently looked down. The devil race's actions were humiliating the humans, but he didn't know that the various great powers had already reached the point where they wouldn't be shocked by honor or disgrace. Our devil race's memory of humans is from tens of thousands of years ago, but after tens of thousands of years, the way humans do things still hasn't changed. No matter how urgent the situation is, there is still infighting. Humans are cunning and suspicious, and their temperament is like this. We have been accumulating our strength for so many years, but they are still fighting amongst themselves. This time, many humans have retreated from here, and I'm afraid that this is also one of the reasons. Outside the array, the devil race leader coldly snorted. "Humph, let's torture them first, then kill them when we're tired of playing with them." The devil race leader beside him nodded. At this moment, all the devil race members were paying attention to the devil array, or looking at the ugly faces of the humans above the city tower, so they didn't notice that a human was approaching from behind. Zi-chan walked towards the devil race. Usually, as long as he didn't release his power, his aura would be completely restrained, and very few people could detect it. He walked step by step, as if he was taking a stroll, but the devil race members didn't notice. The first to detect it was the humans. In the sky above the city tower, someone saw the human coming from behind the devil race. His expression changed, and he immediately exclaimed, "Human, there is a human outside. Now that the devil race has almost sealed off this place, I didn't expect a human to be able to come here." Exclamations continued to sound, and some humans pointed at Zichin, which naturally attracted the devil race's attention. After they turned their heads, they found that a human was less than 100 meters away from them. Silently, he was less than 100 meters away from them, which made the devil race members frown. Their eyes and spiritual senses all swept over Zichin. "What are you doing?" Zichin didn't stop. "Human, you are a human." The devil race member didn't answer, but asked instead. Zichin also asked, "Why? Do I look like a devil race member?" "Human, you really are a human." The devil race member's voice turned cold, and then the surrounding devil race members quickly surrounded Zichin. These were all Origin Realm devils, and 8 of them came down at once. Obviously, they didn't underestimate Zichin. Zichin didn't pay attention to the devil race members around him, but looked at the devil array in front of him. Although his knowledge of formations wasn't as good as LV Peng's, he definitely knew a thing or two about formations. He saw the loophole in the formation at a glance, and his gaze followed the loophole to Tianjiao City. He saw the tightly shut city gate, the Great Barrier Formation, and the human figure in the town before. He understood what was going on. He couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, this was another internal conflict. He felt that it wasn't worth it for the humans in town, but since he'd run into them, he had to take care of them no matter what. As he scanned the area with a spiritual sense, he didn't find any Earth Origin Realm devils nearby. Of course, even if there were, Zichen's spiritual sense wouldn't be able to detect them. "Kill." Zichen's disregard infuriated the devil race, and they gave the order to attack. 8 mortal Origin Realm devils charged at Zichin. Cries of alarm rang out from the city tower once more. 8 explosions rang out from outside the tower, one after the other. 8 waves of destructive energy surged outside the formation, transforming into 8 storms. Everyone was surprised that such terrifying fluctuations had appeared as soon as the battle began. But when the 8 waves of energy dissipated and they saw that there was only one spear-wielding human left, their surprise turned into shock. Less than 3 breaths of time had passed since the explosions had begun, but the human had killed 8 Origin Realm devils in that time. "Kill! Kill this human!" However, Zichen's display of strength only shocked the devil race, not to the point of fear. They naturally couldn't compare to the humans in terms of resources, but they had far more experts than the humans. Even more Origin Realm devils charged at Zichin, but Zichin didn't linger in battle this time. He used his innate skill, 9 flashes of lightning, and transformed into a bolt of lightning, dodging several attacks and arriving outside the demonic formation. The long spear in his hand suddenly swept out, and a spear light struck a large black stone. This was the base of the array formation, and there were many lines carved on the black stone. Zichen's spear fell, and the black stone exploded with a loud bang. With one of the bases broken, the formation's power immediately decreased, and Zhang Haoyan and the others felt the pressure on them lessen. "What's going on?" "The formation's power has weakened," Zhang Ming exclaimed. "Damn it, it must be the devil race's doing. They want to play with us," Gupu said angrily. Zhang Haoyan frowned. "No, there's a battle outside." "Battle? How is that possible? Did the Jin clan's spirit body discover its conscience and send people to save us?" Zhang Ming sneered. Zhang Haoyan said, "I'm afraid it's impossible, but maybe it's an outsider." Zhang Haoyan had been an outsider back then, and he'd attacked the devil race directly. Just as they were conversing, the demonic blades in the formation became weaker and fewer in number. In the end, they actually disappeared. The base of the formation was broken one by one, and many holes appeared in it. They finally heard the furious roars of the devil race and the sound of energy explosions outside. It seems to be chaos outside. I wonder how many humans came this time. Damn it, I don't believe that the Jin clan's spirit body won't open the gates this time. Amidst the cursing, the demonic formation exploded with a boom, and 5 figures appeared. Apart from that, there were nearly 10 human corpses and many devil race corpses in the formation. They only saw the panicked devil race after the formation was broken, but they didn't see any humans. They were immediately dumbfounded. Zhang Ming said, "Where are they?" Yuan Mingjue said, "Yeah, where are they? Why do we only see the panicked devil race but no humans?" Right at that moment, an explosion came from the side. Everyone turned their heads and saw a destructive energy storm. The energy storm formed, and many devil race corpses dodged it. In the next moment, a ray of light cut through the energy storm, and a human figure walked out from it. Chapter 1006. While Zhang Haotian and Shang Guanyu were in disbelief, the other 3 were also dumbfounded when they saw Zichen walking out. It wasn't that they recognized Zichen at a glance, but that they were dumbfounded by the sheer number of people. Originally, they thought that a group of powerhouses would cause chaos in the devil race, but they didn't expect that there would only be one person. Yet it was this one person who caused chaos in the devil race. Zichen. Shang Guanyu stared blankly at the spear-wielding figure in front of her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zichen, who walked out with his spear, naturally saw Shang Guanyu, and Zhang Haotian. His expression changed instantly, disbelief filling his face. "You Zhang Haotian." Zichen's voice rang out. "Zichen." Shang Guanyu shouted and flew towards Zichen. Zichen stretched out his arms, and the 2 embraced in the air. The 2 of them spun in the air. Shang Guanyu hugged Zichen tightly, and the spear in Zichen's hand shot out spear lights. As Zichen turned around, the spear lights shot out in all directions. The attacks of the devil race immediately dissipated when they came into contact with the spear lights. Such a scene caused everyone in the field, including the devil race, to fall into a daze for a moment. Zhang Ming and the others had already introduced themselves before, so they already knew who Shang Guanyu's husband was. He was the famous Zichen. Although they hadn't seen him before, Zichen's name resounded like thunder in their ears. He was the first person in history to be banished from the ancient road, and also the first person in recent years to kill an invincible spirit body. Zichen? How is this possible? Wasn't he banished? The 3 of them were shocked. The first round of attacks was broken, but the demons did not launch a second round of attacks. They all retreated and looked at the 2 people hugging each other in the air from afar. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Obviously, the 2 of them knew each other and had an extraordinary relationship. The cultivators of Heaven's Pride City were also shocked. They saw the powerful Zichen slaughter a group of devils by himself. He even broke the grand formation and saved the people inside. In that instant, they felt their blood boil. They had an impulse to follow this person and kill the devils, but reality mercilessly extinguished that impulse. At this moment, seeing Zichen hugging the beautiful woman below, their expressions were somewhat dazed. Most of the cultivators felt a sense of familiarity when they saw Zichen. Zichen, he's Zichen. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded from the top of the city gate tower. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Zichen's name was extremely resounding on the ancient road, and it was even more resounding than the spirit bodies. More cries of surprise rang out, and it was clear that more people had recognized Zichen. Zichen. The Jin clan's spirit body's expression changed. His eyes were full of shock. Isn't he dead? Why is he here? Open the city gate and let Zichen in. Yeah, Zichen is an existence that can kill spirit bodies. He will definitely be the main force to kill the devils in the future. Hurry up and let him in. After the exclamations, voices rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Jin clan's spirit body. Seeing the Jin clan's spirit body's constantly changing expression, these cultivators only remembered that Ziqin had a grudge with the Jin clan. In this situation, as long as the Jin clan did not add insult to injury, it was obviously impossible for them to open the city gate. The Jin clan's spirit body did not intend to open the gate at all, even though he knew that Ziqin had the heavenly book. This did not mean that he did not covet the heavenly book. On the contrary, he wanted the heavenly book, but what he wanted more was his life. He was only in the core realm, and Ziqin was obviously in the mortal realm. Under such circumstances, once the city gate was opened, the first person Ziqin would kill would be him. Moreover, he did not think that he could survive from Ziqin's hands. The spirit body was indeed called invincible, but it also depended on who he was facing. At least in front of Ziqin, this title was useless. Below Heaven's Pride City, Ziqin had already learned of everything. His face turned ashen. He raised his head and glanced at the Jin clan's spirit body, his eyes surging with murderous intent. Such a gaze made the Jin clan's spirit body even more determined not to open the city gate. Ziqin's previous display of strength had shocked the devils. They knew that an extraordinary existence had come among the humans. Therefore, they decisively sent out a signal for help. It would not be long before the devil experts arrived. Kill! In such a situation, the only way to break out of it was to kill all the devils. Therefore, after a loud shout, Ziqin rushed forward with his long spear. In the process, Ziqin said, "Hold on. There were many devils in the mortal realm, and they were all in the core realm. Even if they were Xiantian realm warriors, they could not fight against so many devils. They could only survive if they held on." Yuan Mingjue and the other two nodded and formed a defensive formation, ready to protect Shangguanyu, however, who knew that the latter would shout softly and rush out after Ziqin. Her body flashed with an illusory light like moonlight. At this moment, under the backdrop of the demon Qi, she was like a real Yu Xianzi. Zhang Haotian's figure also disappeared at the first moment. Ziqin's figure had already rushed forward and clashed with several devil clan members. The dragon's soul spear in his hand transformed into a dragon's shadow. The loud and clear dragon's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The dragon's shadow seemed to have materialized. Wherever it passed, several devil clan members' bodies were split apart. Then a powerful force penetrated their bodies and caused them to explode. During this time, several devil skills fell on Ziqin, but they could not break through his defense. In the blink of an eye, 6 devils had already been killed. Ziqin's strength shocked everyone present, both humans and devils. During this time, Shangguanyu also faced a devil. She raised her hand and sent out a ray of moonlight energy. This energy was gentle, but it contained unimaginable power. When a devil came into contact with the moonlight energy, the black light around him dissipated. At the same time, a huge force blasted the devil away. The demon flew backward. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared in the air. It was a stone sword. In an instant, it pierced into the demon's back. In the next moment, an inexplicable force gushed out from the stone sword. The demon's vitality was destroyed, and his body fell to the ground. Ziqin, Zhang Haotian, and Shangguanyu, all 3 of their attacks were extremely powerful, giving everyone a huge shock. Among them, Ziqin's attacks were the strongest, because as long as any of the demon race experts were targeted by him, they would be slaughtered in less than a breath's time. There were a lot of demons, but they couldn't withstand Ziqin's one-hit, one-kill, and even one-hit killing style. Boom! Boom! During this time, the crazy devils naturally chose to self-detonate, but when they found that the energy of self-detonation was ineffective against Ziqin, they finally panicked. Let's go! Under this crazy slaughter, the devils were finally frightened and began to retreat. When the devils retreated, the 3 chased them for a few miles. On the Heaven's Pride City, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. The shock and horror on their faces did not fade for a long time. Gene Clan's spiritual body was the same. Although he could also kill devils at the human origin stage, it was definitely not as easy as Zichen. Zhang Ming and the other two became extremely excited. They originally thought that they were going to die here, but they didn't expect that Zichen would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, Zichen had single-handedly defeated a group of demons. This kind of inhuman battle prowess was simply unimaginable. The three of them turned into 3 rays of light and went to greet Zichen and the other two. Zhang Haotian introduced them to Zichen. "These 3 are my brothers, Zhang Ming, Yuan Mingjue, and Gupu." The 3 of them looked at Zichen excitedly, with a hint of fanaticism and nervousness on their faces. Zichen looked at the 3 and smiled. "Since you are Zhang Haotian's brothers, then you are Zichen's brothers. I, Zichen, don't have many brothers, but every one of them is for life." The 3 of them were even more excited when they heard this. To be able to become brothers with Zichen was something they did not expect. Good. Brothers of life and death for life. Zhang Ming and the others laughed heartily. After killing the devils, the 6 of them began to return. Zhang Ming sneered, "The devils have retreated. I don't think the Jin clan will say anything." That's right. In front of so many cultivators, they have no reason to not open the gate. Gupu also sneered. They're back. Heavens, the 6 of them killed a group of devils. On the city wall of Heaven's Pride City, the cultivators cheered when they saw Zichen and the others return. Their faces were filled with fanaticism and worship. What Zichen had done today made them feel extremely proud. It was as if they had participated in it. Open the gate and welcome Zichen back. That's right, Zichen is a hero. Let us welcome the hero back. Many cultivators on the city tower shouted, and their morale was high. Sir, next to the Jin clan's spiritual body, the middle-aged man glanced at him carefully. The Jin clan's spiritual body was still shocked. Zichen's massacre just now had shocked him greatly. He was even more certain that he was not a match for Zichen. However, it seemed that he was the one who had the upper hand now. Hearing the excited voices of the crowd, the Jin clan's spiritual body's face darkened, and he said coldly, "What are you shouting for?" "Sir, the devils have been killed. Quickly let hero Zichen in," a cultivator said. "Yes, sir. Quickly let Zichen in, or the devils will be here soon." Others said, "Humph, what do you mean by killing the devils?" "Zichen is colluding with the devils." The Jin clan's spiritual body snorted and said, "Everyone knows that there is a devil with Zichen. He has long been in cahoots with the devils. What you saw just now was just an act. They are waiting for us to open the gate and then bring the devils in." Around them, there were many thick-skinned cultivators, but they all believed that compared to the Jin family spirit body, they were far too weak. In this sort of situation, if they could still come up with such a lousy excuse, they could only be considered a fucking genius. "We saw Zichen kill so many devils with our own eyes. Could it be that it was an act to kill so many devils?" A cultivator asked. "Idiot, that was an illusion array, do you understand? Those are all fake." Before the Jin clan's spiritual body could speak, a cultivator said, Chapter 1007. The one who spoke was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. No one had ever seen him before. His voice was sonorous and powerful, like thunder ringing in everyone's ears. All around, everyone's expression changed. They didn't believe that Zichen was really a traitor, but they were shocked by this person's method of distorting right and wrong. With just one sentence, he turned Zichen, a hero, into a traitor who colluded with the demon race. That's right, I've also studied formations. Everything just now was most likely an illusion formation. What we saw was an illusion. The real demon race is still hiding in the formation, another person said. His voice was sonorous and powerful. F***CK, your mother's fart. You know formations, but we don't. Illusion formation. F***CK, your mother's formation. Under such circumstances, you still want to distort right and wrong. What's the point? A cultivator was so angry that he immediately cursed. Friend, watch your words. Ziqin is a traitor who colluded with the demon race. You're now speaking for a traitor. Another person stood out and stared at the cultivator with an unfriendly expression. Traitor? Who here dares to say that Ziqin is a traitor? The cultivator was enraged. He looked around, only to find that the cultivators who had been with him a moment ago were all gone. The cultivator's heart thumped. He had a bad feeling. He looked at the spiritual body of the Jean family and saw the killing intent in his eyes. I'm Anwen. With my understanding of formations, I naturally dare to say that Ziqin is a traitor who colluded with the demon race. I'm very sure. The cultivator named Anwen stood out. And me, Lu Jia. I'm sure that the demon race is hiding in the dark. The second person stood out. I, Lu Xiangyu, can also prove that Ziqin is a traitor. 3 people had already stood out and stared at the cultivator in front of them with an unfriendly expression. The cultivator turned his head and looked around. Most of the cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, there were some who had a mocking expression. Idiot, you can't even understand the situation. The spiritual body of the Jin clan is obviously afraid that Ziqin will come in and kill him. Why would he open the gate for him? Moreover, the demon army will arrive soon. Ziqin won't be able to live for long. Many cultivators saw this and naturally knew which side to stand on at this moment. However, to frame Ziqin and gain the favor of the Jin clan was too shameless. Moreover, the Jin clan might be grateful now, but they might not be grateful in the future. Therefore, they chose to watch from the sidelines. You bunch of damn things, hurry up and open the city gates. Suddenly, a shout came from below. Everyone's gazes once again fell to the ground. With Ziqin in the lead, the 6 people below were coldly looking at the top of the city tower. Humph, you traitor who colluded with the demon race. You want to bring the demon race in. Dream on. Anwen was the first to open his mouth. Traitors, don't even think about coming up. Lu Jie shouted. Hearing the voice from above, Zhang Ming and the others trembled in anger. Not only did they not open the city gates, but they were also called traitors. Bullshit, if I'm a traitor, then you're the demon race trash scum. Zhang Ming shouted. The other 2 were also angry and cursed at the city tower. For a moment, the 2 sides went back and forth. Zhang Haoqian's expression was calm, while Shang Guanyu, Er's face was full of grievance. Ziqin's expression was also indifferent. He had already expected such a situation. He also knew what the spiritual body of the Jin clan was thinking. Ziqin's gaze fell on the spiritual body of the Jin clan. The latter's expression was obviously complacent. Ziqin said coldly, If I can enter, I will definitely kill you. The spiritual body of the Jin clan sneered, I'm afraid a traitor like you won't have the chance. Look, your accomplice is here. Following the spiritual body of the Jin clan, the group saw a large black cloud appear on the horizon. The black cloud floated from the horizon and covered the sky. Demon race, the demon race is here again. Seeing the black cloud formed by the demon race, the people on top of the city tower exclaimed. This time, the number of demon race experts that came was huge. It was like a demon race army. Such an army coming to kill 6 people was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, from this, it could be seen that they valued Ziqin highly. Seeing the thousands of demon race army, Zhang Ming and the others' faces turned pale. It seemed like this time there was no chance of survival. Zhang Haoqian sneered, Looks like we have to fight to the death. Fight to the death. Zhang Ming and the others shouted, facing death with equanimity. Ziqin hugged Shang Guanyu, tightly in his arms. Ziqin looked at Shang Guanyu, and asked, Are you afraid? Shang Guanyu, gently shook her head. Looking into Ziqin's eyes, she said, As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid. If there's a chance, run. Even if you can escape, it's still a chance. Zi-Chan suddenly let go of Shang Guanyu, and strode forward. Zi-Chin, everyone exclaimed. Zi-Chan waved his hand. You're just Dan Origin Realm experts. You're not essential. The demon race has such a huge army, and their target is me. You guys find a chance to escape. Zi-Chen's departure caused Zhang Ming and the others to have a complicated expression. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. They looked at Zhang Haotian. Zhang Haotian pondered for a moment and said, Zi-Chen is right. We can't participate in this battle. It's better to find a chance to escape. Zhang Ming and the other two nodded. Shang Guanyu also nodded helplessly. Seeing Zi-Chan walk forward alone, the crowd was in an uproar. However, most of them were touched. Compared to Zi-Chin, the Jin clan's spiritual body had no strength and no character. It was like trash. Zi-Chin strode forward. The group of demon race in front of him stopped. Zi-Chin said to the leader of the demon race in front of him, What a huge army! Not only did they send an Earth Origin Realm expert, but they also brought an army. Compared to the tall demon race behind him, the leader of the demon race in front of him was much more normal. He was only 2 meters tall. Except for his blood-red eyes and the demon race horns on his head, he looked more like a human. Hearing Zi-Chen's words, there was a trace of surprise on his face. He said, You do have some skills. No wonder you killed so many of my demon race's men along the way. Zi-Chin sneered again. However, in his heart he was shocked. He was only at the human origin realm. How could he sense the aura of an Earth Origin Realm expert? It was all a wild guess. Because he couldn't sense the demon race's cultivation level, he guessed that the demon race was at the Earth Origin Realm. Unexpectedly, he guessed correctly. An Earth Origin Realm expert was an extremely powerful existence. Killing Zi-Chin, who was at the early stage of the human origin realm, was as easy as killing a chicken. However, Zi-Chen didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he mocked. As an Earth Origin Realm expert, you could have come alone. Why did you bring so many demon race experts? Are you trying to show that you have more demon race experts? The Earth Origin Realm expert of the demon race laughed. Human, you don't need to provoke me. When you went around the heavenly demon city, I noticed something strange about you. After knowing that you were killing people here, I came to check it out. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Oh. Zi-Chen's face was filled with surprise. Behind him, Shang Guanyu, and the others, who were worried before, let out a sigh of relief. However, facing so many demon race experts, Zi-Chen still didn't have a chance to win. Therefore, they were still worried. My demon race has thousands of strong warriors. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to survive today. The Earth Origin Realm expert of the demon race sneered. Of course, if you can enter the Heaven's Pride City, you might be able to survive. However, I don't think that's possible. Zi-Chin didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the Earth Origin Realm expert of the demon race and said, If that's the case, then let me see what you demon race experts are capable of. Human, let me fight you. One of the demon race experts shouted and walked out. Zi-Chen sneered. You are only at the early stage of the human origin realm. I won't bully you. You can find 10 more like this. Don't fight one-on-one. I'll fight 1 against 10. The demon race expert glared at him and said angrily, You dare to humiliate me? Zi-Chen shook his head and said seriously, I'm not humiliating you. This is the truth. Mo Lei, you are no match for him. Come back. The Earth Origin Realm expert said. Why? I want to try. Mo Lei turned around, unwilling to give up. You can try later. There's no need to do it now. You, Mo Luan, go and fight him. The Earth Origin Realm expert pointed at another demon race expert. This demon race expert was at the late stage of the origin realm. He nodded respectfully at the leader of the demon race before walking out. I, Mo Luan, am here to kill you. Mo Luen didn't wait for Zichen to say his name as he rushed towards Zichen. After that, Mo Luen attacked with a palm strike. His pitch-black palm imprint emitted an oppressive qi. Zichen realized that the demon race rarely used weapons. They mostly fought with their bodies. However, to be honest, the demon race's physique was much stronger than that of humans. Only body cultivators could compete with them. Zichen's body flashed with a golden light. He looked like a god of war in golden armor as he punched towards the palm strike. Boom! The two types of energy collided, causing a tremor. The golden and black lights kept colliding in the sky. Finally, the golden light took the upper hand and suppressed the black palm strike. After the attack, Mo Luen retreated 100 meters in the air. The demon qi around him was also trembling. This scene caused the expressions of the demon race experts to change. Mo Lei's expression changed as he whispered, "I didn't expect him to be so strong." The demon race army had arrived to suppress the demon race, but it had turned into a one-on-one battle. This surprised all the humans. However, other than a few people who felt that it was a pity, more people felt lucky. Because in a one-on-one battle, Zichen's chances of survival were very high. He had 2 heavenly tomes and could kill spiritual bodies. Even if he fought against a late-stage demon race expert who was 2 levels higher, he still had a chance of survival. As expected, the battle was one-sided from the beginning. A late-stage demon race expert was completely suppressed by Zichen. In terms of strength, his perfect body defeated the demon race expert. In terms of techniques, Zichen had so many innate techniques that it was dazzling. Even without using the Dragon Soul Spear, Zichen suppressed Mo Luen until he couldn't breathe. Mo Luen shouted again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Zichen. The things he was proud of were nothing in front of Zichen. His speed, defense, and attack were all better than Zichen's. Only his origin energy was thicker than Zichen's, but it wasn't as pure as Zichen's origin energy. Mo Luen was obviously no match for him. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The Earth Origin Realm Demon Race expert waved his hand again. This time, 2 demons walked out from the demon race. They were both late-stage mortal realm demons. Chapter 1008. With the arrival of 2 more demons, Zichen did not hold back. He activated his perfect golden energy, and like a cannonball, he slammed into Mo Luen's body. Boom! Under the impact, Mo Luen's body exploded. Boundless golden light enveloped the surroundings. A strand of soul remembrance rushed out from the exploded body, trying to break through the golden light and escape. The golden light was like a sharp sword, cutting through the soul remembrance. Mo Luen's soul remembrance let out a miserable shriek before it disappeared. The last attack had killed Mo Luen with ease, causing the surrounding demons' expressions to change. "He's so strong!" Mo Lei's eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he did not rush forward. Mo Luen's death did not scare the other 2 demons. Instead, their killing intent intensified. At the same time, they were much more careful. Next, it was 1 against 2. Both sides exchanged blows. However, this time, Zichen was not like before. He was in a one-sided state. The 2 demons were evenly matched with Zichen. "You guys find a chance to run." In between the battle, Zichen transmitted his voice to them. They were surrounded by demons. Apart from entering the city, there was no other way. Their faces were filled with bitterness. They wanted to participate in the battle, but their cultivation levels were too low. They could not help at all. What an interesting guy. The Earth Origin Realm Demon looked at Zichen with a faint smile on his face. On the Heaven's Pride City, all the cultivators were watching the battle. The Jin family's spiritual body was determined not to open the door. Zichen's life was already determined. What they needed to do now was to witness how many demons Zichen could kill. So far, he had already killed a late-stage mortal origin realm demon. Everyone remembered this in their hearts. After attacking for a long time without success, the two demons became impatient. Their attacks became fiercer and fiercer. However, because of this, Zi-Chun gained the upper hand and left some wounds on their bodies. The Earth Origin Realm Demon's face became even more playful. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect there to be such an existence among the humans. After that, he waved his hand again, and two more advanced stage demons appeared and charged towards Zi-Chun. This time, Zi-Chun didn't immediately eliminate the enemy, but instead tangled with the four demons. With the addition of two demons, the fighting strength of the demons increased a lot, but it was only enough to suppress Zi-Chun. Zi-Chun was fighting 1 against 4. The battle was very intense. Everyone was watching intently. "Let's see if you still don't die this time," Mo Lei said coldly. The Earth Origin Realm Demon turned around to look at Mo Lei. "You think he will die?" Mole said confidently, "He's already like this. It's obvious that he won't be able to hold on for much longer." The Earth Origin Stage Demon smiled. "What's wrong?" Mole looked at him. The Earth Origin Realm Demon turned around and said to the battlefield, "Human, you don't have to stall for time. It's useless. Just give it your all and fight. That way, you can die with honor. Your friends will be proud of you." Hearing that, Mo Lei's face changed. His expression was uncertain. Could it be that he still hasn't used his full strength? On the battlefield, Zi-Chun suddenly laughed loudly. "Fine, since it's like this, I'll give it my all. Even if I die, I'll die with an indomitable spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi-Chun's aura changed again. He was like a peerless divine weapon that had just been unsheathed, emitting a terrifying aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly said to a demon, "Die." After saying that, Zi-Chun turned into a streak of lightning and rushed toward the demon. The aura on Zi-Chun's body was extremely oppressive. The demon's face changed slightly. He was originally attacking, but he suddenly changed to defense. Layers of demon chi turned into solid energy, forming a battle armor on his body. The armor was pitch black and shiny, protecting the demon's entire body. At the same time, the demon crossed his hands, forming a seal. A demon seal appeared, blocking in front of him. In the demon's line of sight, a golden fist light appeared. The golden fist light contained a powerful aura, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It rushed forward courageously, landing on the demon's seal first. The seal began to tremble, distort, and then explode. The fist light's power did not decrease, and once again landed on the demon's chest. Boom! A trembling sound was heard. Golden light flashed, and the demon armor shattered. The fist light pierced through the demon's chest, and the golden energy spread throughout his body, destroying his soul. One strike and the demon was dead. Several attacks landed on Zi-Chen's body one after another. Zi-Chen's body was directly sliced into several pieces. The three demons' faces changed. They naturally knew that it was only a clone that had been sliced apart. 100 meters away, Zi-Chen appeared. There was an extra pair of bone wings on his back. On top of the bone wings, lightning was swimming. This is heavenly thunder wings. The moment he saw the bone wings, the demon's face changed for the first time. It seemed like the bone wings reminded him of some unpleasant memories. His face instantly became gloomy. "Move, kill." The gloomy Earth Realm Demon waved his hand again. This time, 4 advanced stage demons walked out from behind him. Zi-Chen's second attack was also launched. He flapped his thunder wings, and a tricolored light surged around his body. He rushed towards the second demon. Before his attack arrived, a loud dragon's roar was heard in the sky. Poof! After the dragon's roar, there was another soft sound. Zi-Chen turned into a tricolored light, passed through layers of demonic chi, and arrived in front of the third demon. Behind Zi-Chen, the demonic chi dissipated, and a huge bloody hole appeared in the chest of a tall demon. Fresh blood gushed out from the hole, and the powerful aura of the demon also disappeared like a tide. When Zichen's spear broke the arm of the third demon, the second demon's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and endless smoke and dust splashed up. With his arm broken, the demon roared and immediately retreated after his attack. This attack was easily broken by Zichen, and the dragon's spear quickly arrived in front of the demon and pierced through his chest. In Zichen's hand, the spear shook, and the demon's body in front of him exploded. In an instant, 3 of the 4 demons were killed, and the last one finally joined up with the other 4. However, there were 5 of them, and they did not have any confidence in killing Zichen. Moliai's face changed again and again. He thought that he was a genius of the demon race, and his combat power was extraordinary, and he could fight with a human in front of him. However, when he saw the human's methods, he could not summon any fighting spirit in his heart. Just like what the humans said, if he went forward, the human could fight against 10. This was not an insult, but a fact. The battle started again. Zichen's attack became extremely fierce, and the 5 demons had to work together to defend against his powerful attack. Moreover, the 5 of them could not be separated, and they could only work together. Suppression. Zichen suppressed the demons in all aspects. The earthly Yuan stage demon's gaze was fixed on the bone wings behind Zichen's back, and his gloomy face slowly returned to normal. When he regained his composure, he once again waved his hand. This time, another 5 late-stage demons walked out. It was as if there were an endless number of such powerhouses in the demon race. The situation had turned into 1 against 10, and everyone's face turned ugly. The Jin family spiritual body's face was also extremely ugly. Today he had lost all his face, and at the same time he had seen how strong Zichen was. Besides the difference in cultivation level, the difference in their combat power was even greater. Fortunately, the situation was already a death match, and Zichen could not possibly leave alive. Facing the combined attacks of 10 demons, Zichen finally could not hold on any longer, and he began to retreat. At the same time, wounds appeared on his body. Zichen, Shang Guanyu, saw that Zichen was injured, and she prepared to rush forward. Zhang Haoqian pulled her back, saying solemnly, "Don't go, you will only distract him, and that will only harm him." Tears fell from Shang Guanyu's eyes, but she did not insist on going forward, and instead watched the battle anxiously. At this point in the battle, Zichen's calm face gradually showed a hint of madness. After dodging 9 attacks in a row, he was hit by the 10th attack. It was a black palm print, and it directly hit his chest. Zichen was unable to dodge this attack, and he did not have the strength to do so. The pitch black palm struck Zichen's chest, and a terrifying energy rushed into his body, as if trying to tear his body apart. After the successful attack, before the demon could rejoice, he saw the dragon's spear rushing towards him. Puff! This time, the dragon's spear pierced the demon's head, and a powerful energy surged out, and the demon's head instantly exploded. The 2 of them were fighting with their lives on the line. When Zichen killed the demon, the energy from the demon's palm also exploded in Zichen's body, and Zichen's body flew backwards, coughing up blood in the process. The blood was gold and black. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned at the 9 demons in front of him. His figure that had just retreated once again rushed forward, and this time he actually took the initiative to attack. Being injured, one should be on the defensive, but now he actually took the initiative to attack. Everyone was calling him a madman. Puff! The second demon fell in front of Zichen, and Zichen's shoulder armor was completely pierced, and gold and black blood flowed out. The gold was Zichen's own blood, and the black was demonic qi energy. Zichen's chest was completely pierced through by the demon blade, and Zichen coughed up blood that even had bits of his internal organs. In front of Zichen, another 2 demons fell. Of the 10 demons, Zichen had already killed 4. This method of fighting with his life on the line completely shocked everyone. Zichen was competing with the demons in terms of physical strength. With the same injuries, the demons died and Zichen survived. This kind of battle power definitely surpasses the human spirit body. The Earth Origin Realm demon's expression kept changing. In Zichen's body, the perfect power was constantly circulating, quickly healing his extremely serious injuries. His cold and crazy eyes looked forward, and there were still 6 late-stage demons. Kill! Zichen clenched his teeth and shouted and rushed forward again. Zichen's fighting style made the human cultivators' blood boil, but the demons' hearts were cold. The 5th demon fell, and then the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, until the last demon fell in front of Zichen. Zichen's body had 6 fatal wounds, and blood was spurting out of his body like a small fountain, but he was still standing, and his back was as straight as a spear in his hand. At this moment, Zichen's back was straight, tall, and imposing. The human cultivators on the city tower were in a frenzy, and many of them shouted to open the gate. Gradually, the Jin spirit body felt the pressure. He looked down. Zichen was already seriously injured, and he was confident that he could kill him. If he opened the gate and let Zichen in, then after he killed Zichen, the heavenly book would be in his hands. Chapter 1009. Zichen stood in the air. His body was covered in blood, and his killing intent was monstrous. He had become extremely crazy, like a dangerous beast. He had killed more than a dozen late-stage demons. This battle strength had undoubtedly shocked everyone. The humans were excited and their blood was boiling. However, they felt pity in their hearts. With such a powerful battle strength, once he grew up, he would definitely be the demon race's nightmare. Unfortunately, he was going to die in this internal strife. Some people were angry and shouted to open the city gate, but they didn't dare to force too much. After all, the Jin family was a huge existence. It was extremely unwise to offend a family for Zichen, whom they didn't know well. Shang Guanyu, and the others quickly rushed to Zichen. Seeing the wounds on Zichen's body, Shang Guanyu, burst into tears. During this period, the demon race didn't continue to send people to fight. Human, I'll give you a choice. The Earth Yuan realm demon suddenly spoke. Zichen looked at the demon. The demon looked up at Heaven's Pride City and said, "Anyway, you can't stay in the human race anymore. They want you dead. I invite you to join our demon race and become one of us." Zichen sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think about it. These people should be your friends. They are willing to follow you. I think you are a righteous person. You can't just watch them die. Join us. Not only can you live, but so can your friends. Zichen's expression changed, and the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. Next to him, Shang Guanyu held Zichen's hand and shook her head. "Zichen, please don't. Even if we die, we won't join the demon race. Otherwise, we will really become traitors like that villain said." Zhang Ming and the others also said loudly. They were extremely unyielding. The conversation here was very loud, and it was completely done using essence force. The people in Heaven's Pride City could also hear it. The first to have a change in expression was the Jin clan's spiritual body. He didn't expect the demon race to be so different. Zichen had killed so many of their experts, and not only did they not take revenge, they even wanted to recruit him. If Zichen didn't die today, he would definitely find trouble with him in the future. This was a great enemy, a great enemy. Once Zichen intercepted him, he would die without a doubt. Beside the Jin family's spiritual body, the other 3 people's faces also turned pale. On the other hand, the others were somewhat conflicted after hearing this. They wanted Zichen to live, but they also didn't want Zichen to join the demon race. Under the signal of the Jin clan's spiritual body, Lu Jia poked his head out of the city and said to Zichen, "Traitor, hurry up and join the demon race. Stop acting here. Haha, the show is finally over. Let's go." We already knew that you were in cahoots with the demon race. Don't be so hypocritical. Lu Jie and the other two shouted loudly. The people around them were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Ming and the others were furious, but at this moment, it was obviously not the time to argue with these despicable people. These despicable people without any stance would not be able to achieve anything great. Without any backbone, their strength would naturally not be strong enough. Any one of the people here could kill them. Ziqin ignored these people's clamoring. He looked at the Earth Origin Realm expert and said, "I will die. Let them go." Haha. The demon race expert laughed. "That's impossible. Join us or die. Don't worry, the demon race will not mistreat you. If you join us, you will be my right-hand man, not my subordinate. I will give you an army of the demon race, other than the Earth Origin Realm experts. You can choose any one of them. Then, you can lead this army and trample the human race." Seeing that Zichen was about to refuse, the demon race expert said, "I know you care a lot about your identity as a human. Don't worry, I will not force you to kill all humans. You only need to lead this army and kill those you think should be killed. For example, the aristocratic families represented by the one above." As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. The demon race was shocked because the demon race expert said that he would make Zichen an Earth Origin Realm expert's assistant, not his subordinate. The humans were shocked because Zichen could lead an army of the demon race. Obviously, with this army, Zichen could turn around and attack Heaven's Pride City and the Jin family. Jin family's spiritual body's expression changed, and the other three were so scared that their faces were drained of blood. Lu Jie shouted again in a flustered voice, "Zichen, you traitor, quickly join the demon race and lead the demon race's army to attack the humans." Haha, a human leading the demon race army to kill the humans. How ridiculous. Thousands of years later, when the demon race is driven out, your name, Zichen, will be recorded in history as the first human to lead an alien race to kill his own people. Zhang Ming turned his head. His face was twisted with anger. He pointed at Lu Jie's nose and cursed. "You are not even human scum. You are not even human scum." Lu Jie said firmly, "We are indeed not human scum, but we did not collude with the alien race. We did not attack our own people. Bullsh *T. Then why don't you open the city gate?" Lu Jie said disdainfully, "Colluding with the alien race? What right do you have to ask us to open the city gate for you?" Zhang Ming was trembling with anger. The other two were the same. The demon race experts were just watching the show. They had to admit that the humans were really eloquent. They could turn black into white. Every word was reasonable. Zichen was also in a mess. He was very tempted by the demon race's offer. It was not that they wanted him to take revenge. He did not care about that. On the contrary, he cared about his friends. Zhang Haotian, Sheng Guanyu, Zhang Ming and the others. The former was his brother, and the latter was his wife. As for Zhang Ming and the others, they were also hot-blooded warriors. There were so many people in Heaven's Pride City, but only a few of them could come out. Zichen would feel guilty if he let them die with him. Just as Zichen was hesitating, Sheng Guanyu pulled Zichen's hand and said firmly, "I will not follow you to join the demon race, even if I die. If you want to go, I will die in front of you." Zhang Haotian stepped forward and said, "Me too. Humans are hateful, but only a few. If we really join the demon race, I am afraid we will have to kill too many innocent people in the future." Zhang Ming and the other two stepped forward. "This is our position. This is righteousness. It has nothing to do with internal strife. The three of us will definitely not join the demon race, and we will definitely not extend our butcher's knife to other innocent humans." The demon race expert's expression changed. Zichen, who was still hesitating, suddenly became determined. He looked at the demon race expert and said word by word, "I will not join the demon race. Not now, not in the future. The demon race and humans are mortal enemies. We will not rest until one of us is dead. The demon race expert was angry. You are not afraid that I will kill you. After you die, they will still call you a traitor. They will still not accept your kindness. Zichen suddenly smiled. You are wrong. I refuse not because I value or care about anything. I only pursue my heart. Pursue your heart? You really think I don't dare to kill you? The demon race expert's eyes were filled with killing intent. Haha, pursue your heart. I like this sentence. A voice suddenly rang out in the sky. It was a voice that Zi-chan was very familiar with. Yes, the demon race expert frowned and looked at the sky. The sky suddenly split open, and a huge black hole appeared. This black hole was a transmission channel, and a figure walked out. It was a man in golden clothes. He was extremely handsome, and as he walked, golden light surged. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on this person, and then a word appeared in their hearts. Perfect. This was an extremely perfect person without any flaws, whether it was his figure or appearance. He had a smile on his face, and coupled with those perfect eyes, many people were dazed. Of course, only the women were dazed. All the men who saw this face would have an inexplicable flame in their hearts, and they would want to smash his nose with their fists. It's you. Zi-chan raised his head and looked at the newcomer, a trace of surprise on his face. Of course it's me, but other than me, there is also us. The golden-robed man smiled. Us? Zi-chen's face was filled with doubt. The golden-robed man landed and walked in front of Zi-chen. He did not look at Zi-chen, but instead looked at Shangguan-yu. His eyes flashed, and then he stretched out his hand and smiled. Beauty, nice to meet you. I am the perfect body. Seeing that the man ignored him, Zi-chen had the urge to kick him. The perfect body thought that he was cool, but it scared Shangguan-yu. She took a step back and looked at him as if she was guarding against a wolf. Rays of light flashed at this moment, and waves of powerful aura appeared from the channel and descended around Zi-chen. These were all auras of the mortal realm. Zi-chen could clearly sense that there were early, middle, and late stages of the mortal realm. The descending figures all had a very common characteristic, which was that they were all tall and strong, comparable to a big bear. Among them, there were also some familiar figures, such as the few body cultivators he had seen in the heavenly book world. An expert called Li Xiong, who had appeared with Gu Xiuda in the world of the devil ape. In an instant, the number of mortal realm cultivators here exceeded 100, and they were all body cultivators. This sudden change stunned everyone, especially the humans above Heaven's Pride City. However, after being stunned, they cheered because so many people had come to help Zi-chen. Zi-chen was saved. The Jin family's spiritual body's face turned pale at this moment. The other 3 people were so frightened that they almost collapsed to the ground. Why are you here? Zi-chen asked, refocusing the perfect body's attention on him. The perfect body said, If I said that I came here specifically to save you, would you believe me? Zi-chen curled his lips, but it affected his wound. He grimaced and had a strange expression. I know you don't believe me. How would we know that you were here and still alive? Then why are you here today? The perfect body's expression suddenly turned cold. Humph! All the major factions have retreated with their experts. We are here to take back Heaven's Pride City and specifically resist the fiends. This bunch of idiots didn't leave completely after leaving. They actually left behind scum, who nearly caused the death of a capable warrior. Chapter 1010. The Earth Origin Realm Demon had a strange expression on his face. There was anger, unwillingness, and a hint of mockery. He stared at the perfect body and then looked at Zi-chen. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Zi-chen's words were sonorous and powerful. Then, with him as the center, an energy storm blew. This energy storm didn't have any offensive power. It contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This spiritual energy could not only recover the energy consumed, but also heal the injured body. It was like swallowing a treasure pill. Seeing this scene, most of the people inside and outside the battlefield were shocked. It's actually a divine ability unique to spiritual bodies. Damn it. On the tower, the Jin clan's spiritual body cursed. At the same time, he was glad that he didn't rashly open the door. Otherwise, when Zichen came in and used this divine ability to fully recover, he would probably be killed. The energy storm was even more effective than a treasure pill. After a few breaths, Zichen's injuries were all healed. The Earth Origin Realm Demon looked at Zichen, his eyes shining brighter. I'll say the same thing again. Join the demon race, and I'll give you an army. The Earth Origin Realm Demon invited again. I'll say the same thing. The demon race and the humans will fight to the death. The Earth Origin Realm Demon chuckled. The humans are treating you like this. I think one day you'll agree. Zichen didn't answer. Zichen was silent. He didn't say anything else. He just smiled at Zichen, waved his hand, and left. It wasn't just Zhang Ming and the others who were dumbfounded when they saw this person actually retreat without fighting. Even Zichen had a puzzled expression on his face. After all, the devil race still had an army that far outnumbered the body refiners. Once the two sides fought, the body refiners would definitely lose. Zichen, right? I'll wait for you to join the demon race. The demon race expert quickly disappeared with a group of demons, leaving behind a ground full of demon corpses. Left? Why did they leave? Why did the demon race leave without a fight? The humans on top of the city tower were clearly very puzzled. However, this did not stop them from feeling excited. Clearly, Zichen's life was saved. In the blink of an eye, the demons retreated and their figures vanished. The Jin family spirit body was still able to maintain his composure, but beside him, Lu Jie and the other two people who had been wantonly slandering Zichen had already lost all color in their faces. In addition, they were pressed against the wall, not even having the strength to stand. Below, after the perfect body chatted with Zichen for a while, he turned his gaze to Heaven's Pride City. During this period of time, the perfect body wanted to strike up a conversation with you. But you looked at him as if she was looking at a wolf. This made him feel a little awkward. Without waiting for the perfect body to speak, a body cultivator stepped forward and shouted at the people above the city tower. You bunch of idiots! Why aren't you opening the city gates? Zhang Ming and the others were excited to have survived, but at the same time they were also furious. The three of them also cursed at the top of their heads. They were completely scolding the Jin family spirit body. The latter was so angry that his face turned livid. All the anger in his heart turned into a cold snort. You want to open the city gates? Dream on. With the situation already in such a state, the Jin family spirit body naturally wouldn't open the city gates. Even if he died, he would die if he opened the city gates. Indeed, his cold snort was met with another round of cursing. Zhang Ming and company wantonly vented their dissatisfaction. What was worth mentioning was that during this period, Lu Jie and company didn't continue speaking. On the contrary, their expressions turned uglier. This was because, regardless of whether the city gates were opened or not, Zichen's survival had already become a fact. If they met again in the future, both sides would definitely fight to the death. Now, the three of them were extremely regretful of their actions. They were too impulsive. They never expected Zichen to survive such a situation. If you don't open the gates, we'll enter ourselves. The perfect body also revealed a cold smile. You have a way to enter. Zichen looked at him in surprise. The perfect body smiled and said, This is our ancient race's city. When can you stop us? All factions will withdraw. The ancient path is now under our control. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient token appeared in the perfect body's hand. This ancient token was extremely simple and rusty. The words were blurry as though it had existed for countless years. This is an ancient token. It's useless. Zichen extended his hand and took out two ancient tokens. The difference between the three ancient tokens wasn't much. The perfect body threw out the ancient token in his hand. It transformed into a beam of light and flew forward. He glanced at the token in Zi-Chen's hand and said, "When the war begins, the ancient race will completely take over the ancient path. This thing of yours is useful in times of peace, but now it's completely useless." Indeed, as soon as he said that, a beam of light shot out from the ancient token in front of him. The beam landed on the door of Heaven's Pride City. When the beam landed on the door, the entire door suddenly began to ripple like water. Following that, a rippled passageway slowly appeared. The door didn't open, but there was a passageway that led straight into Heaven's Pride City. Above the city tower, everyone saw the ancient token shoot out a beam of light, but they couldn't see what was happening. The Jin family's spirit body clearly had an ominous feeling as his expression changed drastically. However, following that, he saw a group of cultivators below walk towards the city gate. They walked to the city gate and entered the passageway. Their figures disappeared one by one as they arrived in the city. "They're in. They're in." The ancient token opened a passageway. They entered through the passageway. Exclamations sounded from below as the surrounding crowd began to cheer. The Jin family's spirit body's legs went limp as he nearly fell. As for the other three, they had long collapsed to the ground. Zi-Chin and company were the last to enter. When they entered, the perfect body put away the ancient token. After they entered, the passageway behind them slowly dissipated. However, before it dissipated, a figure flashed in. Zhang Ming and company were the first to enter. By the time Zi-Chin arrived, they had already surrounded the Jin family's spirit body, as well as Lu Jie and company. At that moment, the Jin family's spirit body was already ruthless as he attacked everyone. Golden energy surged, and no one dared to be careful. His attack was also resolved by the surrounding body cultivators. "Those who touch me will die." The Jin family's spirit body's expression was ferocious and crazy as he shouted at the surrounding crowd. His body was filled with killing intent. This was a spirit body that was known to be invincible. He naturally had the right to be arrogant. Although everyone wished they could kill him immediately, they knew that they weren't his match. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot over from afar. The Jin family's spirit body felt his vision blur as a dangerous aura assaulted him. He subconsciously raised his hand. Pa! He had already raised his hand to block, but he was half a beat too slow. A palm print had already struck the Jin family's spirit body's face, sending him flying. 5 clear fingerprints immediately appeared on the flying Jin family's spirit body's face. After being humiliated like this, his face contorted due to madness. His resentful eyes met Zi-Chen's cold ones. "I didn't see you so awe-inspiring when killing demons. Why? Could it be that your Jin family's might is only effective against humans?" Zi-Chen said coldly as killing intent swirled in his eyes. "Come here, grandson. Come here for me. Fuck, didn't you say I was a traitor?" After the Jin family's spirit body was sent flying, Zhang Ming and the others stepped forward and grabbed the 3 people who were paralyzed with fear. At the same time, Zhang Ming shouted, "Who can tell me who these 3 people are? Today, I'm not only going to kill them, but also their entire family." Zi-Chin didn't care if Zhang Ming would kill Lu Jie and the other 2's families, but he knew that he would kill the Jin family today. As long as they were in Tianjiao City, Zi-Chan would kill them all. Not a single one would be left alive. "You dare kill me." The Jin family's spirit body hadn't been completely overwhelmed by madness, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Zi-Chen turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Zi-Chen's speed caused the Jin family's spirit body's expression to change greatly. As he retreated, he blocked again. Pa! But the palm print came again, this time on the other half of his face. Beating the invincible spirit body was like beating a dog or a cat. Everyone finally had a clear and profound understanding of Zi-Chen's combat strength. They were shocked and didn't dare to say a word. Pa! Pa! Zi-Chen didn't speak. His figure flickered again and again. Amidst the slapping sounds, more palm prints appeared on the Jin family's spirit body's face. Zichen, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one, the Jin family's spirit body shouted. At this moment, he was like a stray dog, constantly retreating and dodging Zichen's attacks. One-on-one. Zichen sneered. Do you think there's someone else next to me? As he spoke, a few more palm prints appeared on the Jin family's spirit body's face, accompanied by a few big white teeth. He had long lost the power of the invincible spirit body. At this moment, he was like a real stray dog. His hair was disheveled, his cheeks were swollen, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth and nose. I'm talking about a fair fight. Do you dare to suppress your realm and have a fair fight to the death with me? The Jin family's spirit body shouted again. Zichen's face suddenly had a look of disdain. A fair fight? Suppressing your realm? You're not worthy. As he spoke, Zichen slapped the Jin family's spirit body again, knocking out all his teeth. The Jin family's spirit body trembled with anger. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Today, not only will you die, but all the Jin family members in Heaven's Pride City won't live. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen showed a fierce, murderous intent. Zichen was one realm higher than the other party, which made it easy for him to kill the spirit body. It was really simple and easy. After a loud sound, the Jin family's spirit body fell down and died. The invincible spirit body died so easily. It gave people the illusion that the spirit body was just SOSO. When Zichen killed the Jin family's spirit body, the body cultivators also rushed into the Jin family's residence and began to exterminate them. At the same time, the Jin family's teleportation formation was also destroyed. Apart from the Jin family, the other families were the same. The ancient race took over the ancient road and regained control of the rules. The first thing they did wasn't how to resist the devil race, but how to clean up the people left behind by the families until no one was left. The unyielding attitude of the body cultivators this time caused Zichen to be extremely puzzled. After asking around, he learned that the ancient races had suffered great losses when the various powers had retreated for no apparent reason. Many of their transit stations had been completely wiped out. What? You didn't wipe out a few transfer stations? Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. Chapter 10:11. The perfect body was still speaking indignantly. He didn't see the change in Zichen's expression at all. He stood there in a daze as though he had been struck by lightning. He was completely petrified. It's all over. It's all over. The loss of the transit station is too great a loss for the ancients. Suddenly, when the perfect body saw that Zichen didn't react, he turned to look at Zichen. What's wrong with you? Zichen took a deep breath and shook his head. In Heaven's Pride City, the slaughter continued. This time the ancients acted out of the norm and were extremely domineering. Apart from the Five Elements faction, the other factions that had withdrawn, such as the Sword Sect and the Overlord clan, were almost completely wiped out. Among these factions, all the Mortal Essence realm experts had withdrawn. The remaining ones were almost all Core Essence realm experts who had taken refuge here. The teleportation array was destroyed and the token had lost its effect. All of this meant that the various large factions could no longer reach the ancient path through special channels. It could be said that the various large factions had abandoned the ancient path. Now, the ancients had completely blocked off the various large factions. If they wanted to enter again, they had to pass through the starting ground and challenge it again and again. A young man stood above Heaven's Pride City as his massive spiritual perception spread out. Under the guidance of his spiritual perception, the people of the various large factions were found from every corner and killed. Heaven's Pride City was in chaos, but it wasn't serious. This was because the young man was an Earth Essence realm expert of the ancients. The fact that the fiends were willing to retreat successfully was clearly because they had sensed his existence. After Heaven's Pride City was reorganized, the battle with the fiends began. It was led by the perfect body. Zichen's powerful combat strength alarmed even the perfect body. He naturally invited Zichen. If the two of them held down the fort, the fiends in this world would quickly be chased away. To his surprise, Zichen rejected him. What, you want to leave? Why? The perfect body looked at Zichen in surprise. The ancient path is filled with danger now. I'm worried about my friends and want to take a look, Zichen said. The ancient path is so huge. How can you find your friends? I have to find them, even if I can't. The fiends are here. There are too many uncertain and dangerous factors. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, the perfect body couldn't help but frown. There are countless small worlds on the ancient road. If you want to find your friend here, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Little one, take Guling back and find the Royal Thunder token for Zichen. The young man who was in charge of the cleanup suddenly descended from the sky and arrived beside the two of them. What, to get the Royal Lightning token? The perfect body was alarmed when he heard that. Among the ancient race, the 4 royal families were the most powerful. The ancient royal family token represented the highest level of authority within the ancient road. Even earthly Yuan realm cultivators did not possess such authority. Who would have thought that it would be given to Zichen? Go get it. It's rare for a Zichen to appear in the Thunder clan. The Thunder token is just a decoration. It's better to give it to Zichen, the young man said. The perfect body hesitated and said, the royal family's ancient token is of great importance. It's not a big deal for me to make a trip, but what if they don't give it to me? The young man said, just tell them the truth. I don't think they will make things difficult for you, or Zichen. The perfect body nodded. Zichen was in a hurry to leave. The perfect body didn't stay and left with the ancient token. If the perfect body brought the ancient token, Zichen would have the highest level of authority. It would be much easier to find the monk and the others. With such a situation happening on the ancient road, it didn't seem like there was any need for the trial. Zichen decided to bring them back to guard the Boundless sect and protect the barbarian lands. Next, he had to take advantage of the fact that the fiends hadn't charged out to strengthen the Boundless sect's forces until the war between humans and demons spread to the Sky Martial continent. Zichen wandered around Heaven's Pride City. Wherever he passed, cultivators looked at him in awe. Zichen walked through the streets and entered the shops. He clearly realized that there were fewer resources. Clearly, with the war imminent, everything was being sold internally. Zichen. A soft exclamation sounded. Shang Guanyu walked in front of Zichen. Why are you here? Everyone is looking for you. I'm just taking a stroll. Zichen smiled. Zichen. Another voice sounded as a white light appeared beside him. Spirit-devouring rat, when did you wake up? Zichen was surprised when he saw the little fellow in the white light. I've been awake for more than 10 years, the spirit-devouring rat said. I have to thank the perfect spiritual sense you left behind. More than 10 years. Zichen was stunned. If he remembered correctly, it had only been more than 3 years since he separated from Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu said, that's right. It's been more than 10 years. It only woke up in the 6th year after we entered the ancient road. It's been more than 10 years. Zichen's expression became increasingly strange. Shang Guanyu asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Zichen said, it's only been more than 3 years since we left. What? Shang Guanyu cried out in shock. Her face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? I clearly feel like it's been more than 10 years. Zichen also had a strange expression. I also feel that it's strange. When I entered the ancient road, it took me more than 10 years to reach the first colony. However, you and Zhang Haoyan only took 3 years. Impossible. Zichen, you must have remembered wrongly. Zhang Haoyan also stayed on the ancient road for more than 10 years, Shang Guanyu said. Could it be that it's still the rules? Zichen didn't delve into this question. The ancient race was still killing, but Zi-Chun didn't participate. He returned with Zhang Haotian and the others were already waiting for him. Zi-Chun, everyone wants to leave with you, Zhang Haotian said as soon as Zi-Chun arrived. Zi-Chun was surprised. Aren't they going to train? Zhang Haotian said, the ancient road is already like this. The training will be even more difficult. Also, the rules have been broken. This training has lost its meaning. Everyone has decided to leave. Zhang Ming and the others stepped forward. That's right. Zi-Chun will go with you. There's no point in staying here. Zi-Chun nodded and said that's good. However, I don't know if I have the strength to take you away. I'll have to wait. Right, I'll say this in advance. After I leave, I'll go find some friends. After I find them, I'll return to the savage land. The savage land. Zhang Ming and the others were confused. Obviously, they had never heard of it. Zhang Haotian and Sheng Guanyu also looked at Zi-Chun in confusion. They didn't understand why Zi-Chun wanted to return there and not the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Zi-Chun explained, the savage land is where the Wuji sect used to be. I rebuilt the Wuji sect there. Then he looked at the two and said, I withdrew the heavenly barbarian pavilion and built the Wuji sect. The two nodded and didn't ask why. Zhang Ming and the other two said, there's no point for us to stay here. We'll go wherever you go. A day later, the perfect body returned. Seeing the joy on his face, Zi-Chun knew that the matter had been settled. Indeed, the moment he saw Zi-Chun, he smiled and said, it's done. I've brought the item for you. The perfect body walked into the room and took out an ancient token. This is the Royal Thunder Token. It represents the highest authority in the ancient road. The ancient token emitted a resplendent lightning. Furthermore, it was well maintained and didn't rust. Zi-Chun held it in his hand, and the lightning on the ancient token enveloped his body. Then, Zi-Chun felt the power in his body resonate with the ancient token. This is the royal family's lightning token. Only the lightning family can use it. After the war between humans and fiends, the ancient race was in decline. The 4 royal families either disappeared or declined. This thing has always been placed in the ancient city, the perfect body said. With the token in hand, Zi-Chun already knew a lot. The token couldn't be used immediately. It still needed to be refined. When are you leaving? The perfect body asked. I'll leave after refining the token. The token still needs to be refined. The perfect body was surprised. Zi-Chun nodded. All right then. I won't disturb you any further. I'll drink with you when we have the chance to meet. Zi-Chun nodded again and watched the perfect body leave. After the perfect body left, Sheng Guanyu and company walked out. Zi-Chun said, wait here. After I refine the token, I'll leave with you. Zi-Chun returned to his room and sat cross-legged to refine the token. He first struck out a bolt of lightning energy. At the same time, the lightning mark between his brows began to glow as a bolt of lightning landed on the token. The ancient token suddenly emitted a bolt of lightning that enveloped Zi-Chun. One of the bolts of lightning rushed into Zi-Chun's glabella. At that moment, a vast map appeared in Zi-Chun's sea of consciousness. It was a map of the ancient road world. It was densely packed with endless light dots. Each light dot represented a world. These light dots were connected together, like many worlds connected together, forming a huge sphere. Among these light dots, Zi-Chun saw the ancient road he had experienced when he came. There was a line that connected Zi-Chun to the light dots of the ancient road world. As Zi-Chun's spiritual senses invaded the first ancient road, he felt his vision blur. It was as if he had arrived above the ancient road. At that moment, the entire ancient road appeared before his eyes. It was still desolate below. There was a huge cocoon there. It was the little guy who had played Zi-Chun for the first time. Zi-Chun thought that he had brought it out, but he didn't expect to bring out a clone. After that, Zi-Chun saw the second ancient road and the third ancient road. The third ancient road was the barbarian world. As his spiritual senses entered, Zichen saw the Raven tribe that he had once lived in. At that moment, the Raven tribe was already a large tribe. Beside the Raven tribe was the Black tribe. Zichen also saw Manhu and Manyo. The two of them were now the guardian beasts of the Raven tribe. Zichen's spiritual senses swept past the two of them, but they didn't notice it. With just a thought, Zichen could see everything that he wanted to see. It was as if the entire world was in his eyes. After a long time, Zichen woke up. He was extremely shocked by the miraculous effects of the royal Thunder Soul. Controlling the Thunder Soul made him feel as if he was standing above the entire ancient road. He had become the true ruler of the ancient road. Nothing on the ancient road could escape his senses. If I can really see everything, then won't I be able to see Meng Yao, Monk, and the others? Soon, Zichen's spiritual senses sank into the Thunder Soul again. The first place he checked was the transit station where Guyu was. Because he knew the direction, it was easy to find. Chapter 1012. This was a transit station that Zichen was extremely familiar with. Back then, he had stayed here for several months and made many friends. Of course, his savior, Gushioda, was also here. Other than that, Guyu, Guhu, and company were also here. Zichen naturally didn't forget the pitiful little girl named Guyu who had lost all her family members and brothers. However, when Zichen probed with his spiritual senses again, all he saw was demons. In this entire world, there were only demons. There was no sign of humans. The square was still the same square, and the 4 black stones in the center of the square were still imprinted with Zichen's fist imprints. The place was still the same, but the people had changed. Upon seeing the scene in front of him and recalling what the perfect body had said about not a single human escaping alive from the transit station, Zichen's heart burned with anger. A violent killing intent surged as a terrifying aura swept through the entire room. Boom! Under this monstrous killing intent, the entire room trembled as the killing intent materialized. The house Zichen was in exploded with a bang, sending rubble flying everywhere. The entire house exploded as a dense killing intent swept through the world. Shang Guanyuer and company flew into the air. After shaking off the smoke and dust, they looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen, what happened? The killing intent around Zichen materialized and carried a dangerous aura. No one dared to approach him. Previously, when Zichen killed demons outside the city, his killing intent wasn't as dense. Everyone was shocked by Zichen's actions. The other cultivators in the distance sensed it, and their expressions changed drastically. They did not understand who this malefic was trying to kill with such dense killing intent surging around him. Zichen, don't scare me. What happened? Shangguan Yueker's worried voice sounded again. The materialized killing intent slowly converged as Zichen's emotions slowly calmed down. Then he took a deep breath and said, nothing. Everyone landed and saw that Zichen wasn't willing to say anything, so they didn't ask further. Let's go now. Zichen stood up. Everyone nodded. Zichen's gaze suddenly landed on the spirit-devouring rat. His expression changed as he finally suppressed the thought of immediately taking revenge and said, let's find resources first. Resources? Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. The demon race is about to invade, and they could open up the ancient path and reach the outside world at any time. The Wuji sect has just been established, and it needs a lot of resources. There are plenty of resources here, so it's a good place to get them, Zichen said. Everyone's gazes fell upon the spirit-devouring mouse. Obviously, only the spirit-devouring mouse was able to fulfill such a heavy responsibility, and it was a perfect one at that. The ancient road is so big, how are we going to find it? The spirit-devouring rat blinked its small eyes and asked, I can roughly sense it. You can carefully sense it. With that said, Zichen waved his hand. Streaks of lightning appeared and enveloped everyone. When the lightning disappeared, everyone's silhouettes also disappeared. After Zichen left, the perfect body appeared. He had received the news that Zichen had released a torrential killing intent as though he wanted to kill someone. He had come to ask, but he never expected Zichen to leave first. When Zichen and the others reappeared, they were already in the middle of a huge mineral vein. It was still in this world. This was a human mine that covered tens of thousands of kilometers. However, with the withdrawal of the various major factions, the mine here was completely occupied by the demon race. "Sense it," Zichen said as soon as he appeared. In fact, there was no need for Zichen to instruct the spirit-devouring mouse to sense everything. A moment later, the spirit-devouring mouse retracted its perception. This is an elemental liquid mine, but most of it has already been dug away. Is there anything else? Of course there is. They left in a hurry and didn't completely mine it. In the center of this mine, there's still an intact mine. If they slowly mined it, they would definitely discover it, but they left in too much of a hurry, so they naturally didn't know. As they spoke, the demon race discovered Zichen and the others and slowly approached. "Go and collect it. We'll wait for you here." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the spirit-devouring mouse burrowed into the ground. Searching for treasures and digging holes was its specialty. No one could compare to it. Soon, the traces of the spirit-devouring mouse disappeared. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense could not sense it. "Human, how dare you come here? You're courting death. Go to hell, human." The demon race had already closed in on Zichen, his red eyes emitting murderous intent. But before they could attack, a crazy murderous intent surged out of Zichen's body. This murderous intent made all the demon race tremble, as if they were in ice. "Kill." With the word "kill," Zichen turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward. Wherever the lightning passed, severed limbs flew, blood spurted, and the demon race let out shrill screams. Zhang Ming and the others were about to attack, but they were stopped by Zhang Haotian. Zhang Haotian said, "Don't worry about it. Let him deal with it himself." Zichen rushed at the demon race like a madman, regardless of whether the opponent was in the Dan realm or human realm. As long as he saw them, he would kill. The demon race in front of them was completely stunned by Zichen's crazy killing method. It should be known that this situation was unique to them when they killed humans. This kind of killing method could make humans lose their will to fight in an instant. But today, humans were killing them in the same way. The demon race panicked and began to retreat, but Zichen chased after them for a few miles until he killed the last demon. The demon race in the distance naturally saw Zichen's crazy killing, but they didn't dare to rush forward. They could only watch from afar. Fortunately, after Zichen finished killing, he didn't continue to go forward. Instead, he turned back. His slightly agitated emotions slowly calmed down. The demon race stayed in the periphery, not daring to approach. Half an hour later, a light flashed, and the spirit-devouring rat returned. "Done." The spirit-devouring rat looked proud. Obviously, its harvest was not small. Zichen calmed down and nodded. "Well, let's go to the next place." With the royal thunder token, Zichen could go wherever he wanted on the ancient road. With the exploration of his spiritual sense, Zichen found another mineral vein hundreds of thousands of miles away. This time, the spirit-devouring rat didn't need to be told. After investigating, it drilled into the ground. This time, it only took a quarter of an hour for the spirit-devouring rat to appear. Zichen had already given the purple gold gourd to the spirit-devouring rat. As long as it found yuan liquid, it would go down and collect it. Of course, the spirit-devouring rat standards were very high. It didn't care about ordinary yuan liquid at all. If it didn't have 1,000 drops, it wouldn't waste its energy to go down. There were many mineral veins in this world, but not all of them were yuan liquid veins. Plus, there wasn't enough time, so Zichen could only brush past most of them. After staying in this world for 10 days, everyone gained a lot. Among them, Zhang Ming and the others were even more shocked. They were already Xiantian realm warriors, but they had never seen such a way of finding resources. In just 10 days, they had probably gained more than several years, or even dozens of years. However, because they had stayed here for 10 days, they had crossed swords with the demon clan several times. Because of this, they had attracted the attention of a group of demons. But for Zichen, as long as it wasn't an Earth origin realm demon, no matter how many demons came, they would be wiped out. Humans stay. Just as Zichen and the others were about to leave this world, a familiar voice sounded. It was the powerful demon who had tried to recruit Zichen. Before the demon appeared, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, followed by a pitch-black palm print in the sky. This palm print covered the sky like a giant hand, completely covering the world. At the same time, this palm print had the effect of sealing space. Seeing this palm print of an Earth origin realm demon, the others' faces immediately turned pale. Although this palm print didn't have any killing intent, it was obviously meant to trap them. Once trapped and captured by the demon, the consequences would be worse than death. Zichen raised his head. Looking at the palm print, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then his body emitted lightning. The royal thunder token appeared in front of him, releasing dazzling lightning. This lightning completely covered the people around him. Then, the lightning once again caused the void to tremble. A pitch-black passage appeared behind them, and in the next moment, the lightning wrapped around them and they disappeared. The palm print in the sky slowly dissipated, and the Earth origin realm demon appeared. He looked at the place where Zichen and the others disappeared. His face was full of confusion. He didn't understand how they could break through space and escape when he had clearly sealed the space. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on the ancient road. Stepping on the ground, Zhang Ming and the others let out a sigh of relief. This ancient token is so powerful, it can still take us away in this situation. Seeing Zichen put away the ancient token, the others couldn't help but exclaim, "It is extraordinary. Too bad you didn't give it to me earlier." A faint smile appeared on Zichen's face. If he had this token earlier, he wouldn't have been besieged in the starting ground and almost killed by the big forces. What are we doing here? Are we going to break through one path after another? Gupu asked. The others also looked at Zichen in confusion. Follow me. After saying that, Zichen led the others in a flash. It was as if they had teleported. When they reappeared, they were on a mountain peak. This was a continuous mountain range with rich spirit chi and beautiful scenery. Zichen obviously didn't bring them here to enjoy the scenery, just as everyone was confused. But before they could ask, the spirit-devouring rat turned into a beam of light and flew forward. After staying in the air for about 10 breaths, it turned into a beam of light again and rushed down into the ground. "Next, we will look for resources," Zichen explained. Zhang Ming exclaimed, "Wow, this ancient token is really a cheating tool. If we continue to look for resources like this, when we reach the outside world, won't the resources be comparable to the big forces?" Zichen didn't deny it. There are indeed many resources on the ancient road. Just as the spirit-devouring rat was collecting Zichen underground, Zichen's spiritual sense once again scanned the various worlds on the ancient road, looking for all the places that might have resources. For the current Zichen, resources were the most important thing. After 2 hours, the spirit-devouring rat returned. Its happy expression was enough to express many thoughts. As soon as it came out, the spirit-devouring rat asked, "Is there anything else here?" Zichen shook his head and said, "No, but I found something better. Let's go now." "What is it?" Chapter 1013. Mortal Energy Fruit. Zichen's words stunned everyone. Among the 6 of them, except for Zichen, the other 5 were all at the origin core realm. At their current level, what they needed the most was not the Xiantian level techniques, but the mortal yuan fruit. Once they consumed the mortal yuan fruit, they would be able to give up on the long period of comprehension and break into the mortal yuan realm. However, The mortal energy fruit was known as one of the rare fruits of heaven and earth. It was something that could only be found by chance. They didn't even dare to think about it before. But they didn't expect that Zi-Chan would have the Thunder Clan's ancient token, which represented the highest level of authority. Not bad, mortal energy fruit. Zi-Chan waved his sleeves and left with the 5 excited people. The 6 reappeared in a mountain range. They were at the top of one of the mountains. The first thing they saw was not the mortal energy fruit, but the demons. There were hundreds of them, and they were scattered all over the mountains. Apart from the demons, they also saw many strange beasts. These strange beasts were in groups, standing opposite the demons from afar. Yeah, it's the demons. Seeing so many demons, everyone's expression changed. At the moment, the demons and the strange beasts each occupied half of the mountain range. The mortal energy fruit was right in the middle of the mountains, on top of the tallest mountain. There were 6 mortal energy fruits on this tree, but they weren't ripe yet. They were protected by the power of rules. 6. There are 6 of them. Seeing the 6 mortal energy fruits, Zhang Ming and the others exclaimed. They were worried that there wouldn't be enough mortal energy fruits, but now that there were 6 of them, they didn't have to worry anymore. Zi-Chen was the only one at the mortal energy realm, and Zi-Chen alone could defeat all the demons and strange beasts. These 6 mortal energy fruits were just a piece of cake for him. The mortal energy fruits are not ripe yet. I'm afraid we have to wait for another year. Zi-Chen frowned after seeing the fruits. He sensed how long it would take for them to ripen. Another year. Everyone's expression changed slightly. 1 year was not a long time. For the sake of the mortal yuan fruit, they would even wait for 10 years, let alone 1 year. However, they could afford to wait, but Zi-Chen could not, because he had important matters to attend to. Humans have appeared again. Before they could come up with a perfect solution, the demons and beasts discovered Zi-Chen's group on the mountain peak. The demons and humans were mortal enemies. Seeing the humans appear, the demons' killing intent surged. As for the exotic beasts, they were the native forces of this world. Whether it was the humans or the demons, they didn't like them. However, the demons had the advantage in numbers. They had no choice but to vent their killing intent on the humans. In fact, this was what they had done before. They had worked together to kill many human trial takers. Murderous intents emanated from the various mountain peaks and were directed at the humans on this side. Everyone's gaze subconsciously fell on Zi-Chen. Recently, they had already gotten used to Zi-Chen killing demons. Unexpectedly this time, Zi-Chen actually said, "Don't look at me. This is the ancient road of the ancient trial. Although I have the highest authority, it doesn't mean that I can kill at will. However, I can use some of the power of the rules to make the mortal origin fruit ripen earlier." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were all Xiantian martial artists and had been able to fight the Devil Clan for a long time under Tinjia City. Their combat strength was naturally not weak. As long as Zi-Chen had a way to make the mortal origin fruit appear in advance, they would be able to block the attacks of the Devil Clan and the strange beasts. Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts moved. An array of light shot out from the thunder token. The light went straight into the sky. In the next moment, the power of the rules fell from the sky, passing through the layers of rules protecting the mortal energy fruit and landing on the fruit. Then the mortal energy fruit began to tremble, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Such a change naturally attracted the attention of the demons and exotic beasts. However, they didn't see that this strange rule came from Zi-Chen. As the rule fell, the light on the mortal energy fruit became even brighter. This was a sign of ripening. Such a scene shocked everyone. However, the murderous intent in the surroundings became even stronger. In an hour, the mortal energy fruit will ripen. "You guys finish this quickly," said Zi-Chen. Zhang Haotian and the others nodded and rushed forward. At this moment, the demons and exotic beasts also rushed over. "Kill!" With a loud shout, The 5 of them seemed to have turned into a sharp knife and rushed forward. Zhang Haotian was the tip of the knife, revealing endless sharpness. Puff! Puff! The sound of stone, swords piercing flesh, rang out. Some demons had already fallen. Zhang Haotian's attack was a complete one-hit kill. Among those at the same level, he displayed a strength that surpassed the Xiantian realm. Behind Zhang Haotian were Zhang Ming and Shangguan Yu. Their strength was naturally not to be underestimated, especially Shangguan Yu. She was not weaker than Zhang Haotian. The 5 of them rushed forward, heading straight for the mortal energy fruit. Wherever they passed, corpses fell to the ground. The demons and exotic beasts suffered many casualties. This caused the expressions of the 2 sides to change greatly. Their murderous intent grew stronger, especially since Zhang Haotian and the others clearly wanted to snatch the mortal energy fruit. They were even more unwilling. Thus, a chaotic battle broke out. In the chaotic battle, the 5 of them formed a circle to block the enemies. As for the spirit-devouring rat, it hid in advance. It had never participated in such a battle. Zi Chen stood on the mountain peak and watched quietly. He didn't lend a helping hand. Among the 5 of them, there were 2 powerhouses, Zhang Haotian and Shangguan Yu, who were enough to deal with the demons and exotic beasts around them. As soon as the battle broke out, the demons and exotic beasts suffered a great loss. As the battle continued, they suffered more casualties. The super strength of the 5 shocked them. The more they fought, the more frightened they became. Suddenly, a demon saw Zi Chen standing still. "Capture this human and threaten them," a demon shouted. Compared to Zhang Haotian and the others, Zi Chen was only one person. He seemed to be easier to deal with. Thus, in an instant, 7 or 8 demons and dozens of exotic beasts rushed toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen stood still, but light flashed around him. This light was powerful, tearing the space apart and spreading in all directions. "This is the power of the rules," a demon shouted. His face was full of shock and he turned to run. But once the rules were out, no one could escape. The surging power of the rules cut open the bodies of the demons and exotic beasts. More than 20 powerhouses who rushed forward died in an instant. Such methods shocked the demon race and exotic beasts once again. They looked at Zi Chen in fear and alarm. After discovering that the other party had not made any move, they once again turned their attention to Zhang Haotian's group. Another massacre began. The mortal energy fruit would ripen in an hour, but the battle didn't last for an hour. It only lasted for half an hour before the battle ended. On the ground, corpses were lying on the ground. There were demons and exotic beasts. Blood flowed like a river. Looking at the 5 humans, only a few of them had minor injuries. This was a massacre. If the battle continued, more demons and exotic beasts would die. They were all intelligent and not stupid. They decided to stop. However, after stopping, they didn't disperse. Instead, they waited in the surroundings. Obviously, they wanted to wait until the fruit ripened before snatching it one last time. An hour passed quickly. The twisted power of the rules around the mortal energy fruit dissipated. The demons and exotic beasts rushed toward the mortal energy fruit like crazy. But before they arrived, a black figure was the first to arrive in front of the mortal energy fruit. The black figure was Zhang Haotian. Without saying a word, he put away the 6 mortal energy fruits and disappeared in a flash. As soon as his figure disappeared, the mountain peak he was on was surrounded by dozens of energy waves. The energy waves exploded, and half of the mountain peak collapsed. A destructive storm began to wreak havoc. Zhang Haotian's figure appeared in front of Zhang Ming and the others again. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his black clothes were torn in many places. Obviously, he had dodged in time, but he was still injured. "Go!" Zhang Haotian shouted, and the 5 began to retreat. Another round of slaughter began. Men die for wealth, just like birds die for food. This was a principle that had never changed. Next, the demons and exotic beasts launched a fierce attack on Zhang Haotian and the others. This kind of attack was like a moth darting into a flame. The result was already decided. The 5 of them broke out of the encirclement. Zichen raised his hand and struck out with the power of rules, dispersing the pursuers. Then, with a wave of his hand, the group disappeared. Next, Zichen and the others began to travel through the ancient road. Every time Zichen stopped on the ancient road, it was for a purpose. It was either to find resources or cultivation methods. The current Zichen was extremely picky about resources and cultivation methods. The resources had to be high-quality elemental liquids, and the cultivation methods had to be Xiantian techniques. These things were left for the Wuji sect, and Zichen didn't need much of them now. Zhang Haotian and Sheng Wanyu. Er's strength had already reached the peak. Next, they went into seclusion in the purple gold gourd, preparing to refine the mortal origin fruit and break through to the mortal origin realm. Zhang Ming and the others were still a little short, but they weren't in a hurry. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, with the mortal origin fruit in their hands, they had confidence in their hearts, and the speed of breaking through to the peak would naturally increase. As for the spirit-devouring rat, although its strength had reached the peak, it had a heavy burden on its shoulders. So Zichen didn't let it go into seclusion to refine. Instead, it wandered around the underground of various worlds every day, collecting more elemental liquids for Zichen. The route Zichen chose was close to the transit station. His first destination was still the transit station. Just as Zichen was traveling through the ancient road, Su Mengyao was running for her life with Lin Shui. The 2 of them, one on the flying divine tiger, the other on the savage dragon, were fleeing at an extremely fast speed. As they fled, strange beasts would rush up from the ground and attack them. Behind them, there were many demon experts. Scram! The flying divine tiger was furious, and a terrifying aura spread out from its body. Roar! The dragon's roar rang out, and the savage dragon also released its aura. The aura of the 2 divine beasts terrified the strange beasts below, but they didn't retreat. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. "Sister, what should we do?" Lin Shui's little face paled when she saw the dense crowd of strange beasts in front of them. "There's a chance of survival in front of us. Follow me." Su Mingyao's body flashed with an extremely mysterious light. She didn't panic and rushed forward with Lin Shui. However, after rushing forward for a few miles, she found that there were simply too many strange beasts in front of them. When she couldn't pass through them, she waved her white sleeve. Chapter 10:14. The mysterious light tore open the void, and a pitch-black passage appeared. It was a passage leading to the outside world. If Zichen or the other guardians of the ancient road saw this, their jaws would drop to the ground. Su Mingyao's method was just like Zichen's ancient token. This was the most accurate positioning, opening the ancient road with one strike. The 2 humans and 2 beasts flashed through. However, there was still mysterious energy at the entrance, so it didn't close immediately. The strange beasts and demons chasing behind them also rushed in. Whether it was the strange beasts or demons, they weren't surprised by the scene. They had followed these 2 humans through several worlds of the ancient road. This kind of pursuit had been going on for a long time. Even though Su Mengyao and the others were strong, and they had powerful existences like the savage dragon and flying tiger, they were still exhausted. This was mental exhaustion, and it wasn't something that could be recovered with just a treasure pill. The last time they parted with Zichen, it had been 100 years. Dozens of years ago, the ancient road changed. The rules and everything on the ancient road changed. Su Mingyao's ethereal path allowed her to sense danger in advance. Then she looked for a way out. When she was looking for a way out, she found Lin Shui. It was as if everything was destined. Then the ethereal path guided Su Mingyao to a way out. "Sister, they're catching up again." As soon as they arrived in a new world, Lin Shui's voice sounded. Su Mingyao's body flashed with mysterious light. At the same time, her eyes were constantly calculating, looking for a way out. Kill! When her eyes flashed again, Su Mengyao shouted coldly. The mysterious light immediately turned into a murderous aura. Following Su Mengyao's guidance, they rushed forward and killed a bloody path. This time, after traveling for about 100,000 miles in this world, Su Mengyao used the ethereal light again. The void in front of them split open, and the two disappeared. In the third world, a battle was breaking out. The protagonist of the battle was a beautiful woman holding a colorful sword. Every time she slashed out, there would be a loud sword hum between heaven and earth, and boundless sword intent would wreak havoc. In addition to the sword hum, there were also dragon and tiger roars between heaven and earth. The woman was sitting on a strange beast with a dragon head and a tiger body. The strange beast's combat power was extremely strong. Its dragon claws could tear space apart. The man and beast worked together to suppress the demons and beasts. Suddenly, the space in front of the woman broke apart. The woman was busy killing her enemies and had no time to pay attention to her surroundings. Meanwhile, the exotic beast with a dragon head and tiger body launched an attack to the side. Its dragon claws tore through space and collided with something. The object of the collision was also a dragon claw that emitted a green light. Long Hu, how dare you try to kill us? Open your eyes wide and look, it's your master, Hu. Following that, a deafening roar was heard. However, that roar clearly contained excitement. The first to appear was the savage dragon. It was the one who blocked the attack. Xue Lin was on the back of the savage dragon. Then came the flying tiger and Su Mengyao. Long Hu's sovereign was startled when he heard the familiar voice and sensed the familiar aura. Even Wang Xian turned her head and saw Su Mengyao and Lin Xue. Big sister Mengyao, little sister Lin Xue. There was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. In the boundless world of the ancient road, they met a familiar face once again. Both of them were surprised. However, it was obviously not the time to be excited about a reunion. After the two nodded, Su Mengyao said, "Let's go." Wang Xian did not know what happened and could only follow the two of them. However, as soon as they left, waves of powerful auras arrived in this world, accompanied by waves of demons and beasts. How can this be? Why are there so many demons and beasts in this world? Wang Xian turned around and her expression changed immediately. "I'll tell you about this later. Run for your life now," Su Mengyao said. The more worlds they crossed, the more beasts and demons besieged them. Under normal circumstances, beasts could not cross the ancient road and reach another world. Although demons could cross over, it was definitely not as easy as this. Therefore, they chased after Su Mengyao, not just to kill her. In the other world, the monk was covered in blood from all the killing. Humans and demons were natural enemies. It was true that they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, under certain circumstances, the two could join forces. For example, the current situation. In the distance, there was a group of human challengers. Next to them were demons and beasts. As for the monk, he had become the enemy of humans, demons, and beasts. In front of the monk, there were more than 100 corpses. There were humans, demons, and beasts. He held a long saber and was covered in blood. The killing intent around him was almost tangible. The long saber in his hand trembled. Humans, demons, and beasts all trembled. The tip of the saber pointed forward. The monk said coldly, "Whoever dares to lay their hands on my mortal origin fruit will die." The monk's expression was ferocious. His body was covered in blood. When he spoke, everyone was shocked. Behind the monk, there was a tree full of mortal origin fruits. There were many of them. At this moment, the mortal origin fruits were about to ripen. However, the monk was killing so many humans, demons, and beasts did not dare to approach him. "Monk, don't go too far. One mortal origin fruit is enough for you. However, there are 8 of them on the tree." A human at the great perfection of the primal core realm shouted. This was an inborn martial artist with strong combat power. However, the monk had killed more than 10 people at this level. Therefore, he only dared to shout from afar and did not dare to approach. "Human, you are too greedy," the demon said coldly. As for the beasts, their eyes were filled with coldness. "Bulsh *t. Is 8 mortal origin fruits a lot? Do you know how many friends I have? Not to mention 8. Even 18 wouldn't be enough," the monk said coldly. Other than the change in time, the most obvious change in the ancient roads was the frequent appearance of mortal origin fruits. If someone could explore all the ancient roads in an instant, they would realize that there were many mortal origin fruits on these ancient roads. Other than the ancient roads, mortal origin fruits were appearing everywhere in the entire Tianwu continent. Moreover, they were all mortal origin fruits that were about to ripen. Seeing the monk's unyielding attitude, the human expert said coldly, "So there is no room for negotiation?" The monk pointed his saber at the human expert and said with disdain, "Negotiate? Negotiate my ass. Do I need to negotiate with trash like you? Don't worry. When I kill people later, you will be the first one I kill." The human inborn martial artist's expression changed drastically. The corpses on the ground were the reason why the monk was so confident. The humans were all challengers, and each of them was arrogant. There was no unified leader. It was the same for the beasts. Each of them had a few leaders. On the other hand, the demons were more united. However, the monk was too strong. Even if they were united, they could not kill the monk. For a moment, the 3 parties hesitated. They could not advance, and retreating was even more impossible. Suddenly, the rule energy on the mortal origin fruit tree trembled violently. The surrounding rule energy began to distort, and the mortal origin fruit shone brighter. This was the sign that the mortal origin fruit was about to ripen. However, with the rule energy, no one dared to rush forward. The 3 parties looked at each other and only dared to approach slowly. The monk looked at the mortal origin fruit tree excitedly and watched as the mortal origin fruit ripened. The rule energy dissipated and the mortal origin fruit ripened. However, above the mortal origin fruit tree, there was a sudden fluctuation of energy. Then a pitch-black passage appeared and several figures descended. "Damn it! How dare you snatch the mortal origin fruit from me? You are courting death!" The monk was enraged when a group of people suddenly appeared, just as he was about to get the mortal origin fruit. The furious monk naturally would not hold back and used his strongest attack. "Ma." These were the first 2 syllables of the 6 syllables mantra. At this moment, they were uttered by the monk, forming a strange destructive force that rushed forward. At the same time, this destructive force also spread to both sides. When the humans, demons, and beasts saw this attack, their expressions changed drastically and they all dodged. This attack was too terrifying. Wherever the mantra passed, there was no one left alive. When the destructive force of the mantra reached the front, suddenly, rays of illusory light appeared. This light was illusory and mysterious, forming a light shield that completely protected everyone. When the mantra reached the front, the rippling destructive force became extremely docile. It only made the light shield tremble a few times before disappearing. Seeing this, the monk's expression changed drastically. He had never seen anyone who could easily neutralize his mantra. Not even Zichin could. The mortal origin fruit. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Then, a ray of light fell and directly swept away 8 mortal origin fruits. The monk was so angry that he wanted to curse, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw clearly who it was. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were forcefully swallowed back. The expression on his face quickly turned into shock. "It's you guys!" "Of course it's us. Bald donkey, you want to kill us? Kill your tiger grandpa?" The one who spoke was naturally Flying Divine Tiger. "Why are you guys here?" The monk's face was still filled with shock. "We're here to find a way out." Just as Su Mingyao's voice fell, The mysterious light brought everyone a few hundred meters away as if it was teleporting. Then the place where they were just standing was blasted away by the energy. At the same time, waves of powerful aura descended. The energy exploded, and the monk was the first to bear the brunt of the energy. He flew over 2 mountains before landing on the ground. When he got up, his mouth was full of grass. "You guys want to kill me?" The monk stared. "Bald donkey, if you want to live, then run." Flying divine, tiger roared. Su Mengyao and the rest were the first to run. "You guys!" Seeing that everyone was running away, the monk was so angry that he stomped his feet. "You guys are too disloyal. If you want to run, then run. At least leave me a mortal origin fruit." If he hadn't sensed their soul aura, the monk was afraid that he would have cursed and fought them to the death. However, just as the monk turned around, he saw a large black cloud descending from the sky. His expression changed immediately. Naturally, he could see that the black cloud was full of demons. With a strange cry, he turned around and ran. While they were running to find a way out, Zichen led the group to their first destination. It was a transit station. However, at this time, there were no humans in the transit station. All of them were demons. Chapter 10:15. In this transit station, the demons were already living here, and there were even demons cultivating in the square. Tall buildings were also built in other places, and the demons had already made this place their home. As Zichen appeared, a crazy killing intent surged in the sky. This killing intent was almost tangible, and it carried an inexplicable pressure that alarmed all the demons in this world. "There are humans! The humans are here! Kill them! Kill the humans!" When the demons saw Zichen and his group, they all jumped up and rushed towards Zichen in the sky. "Kill!" Zichen shouted and was the first to rush up. A dragon's roar was heard, and a silver light flashed. A ray of light rushed into the demons, and a massacre began. At the same time, Zhang Ming and the others also rushed down and attacked the demons. Buffed! The light of the spear swept across, and 5 to 6 demons were cut in half. The strong force entered their bodies and destroyed their souls. This transit station used to have many humans, but when the demons invaded, none of them survived. Guyu, Guhu Little Monkey, and the others were all dead. Zichen did not see how they died, but he thought that it must have been a horrible death. After knowing that there was a problem with the transit station, Zichen finally knew why he was so uneasy. It was Guyu. Although there was no relationship between the two of them, Zichen gave Guyu a promise. This promise was like a string that connected the two of them. Guyu's death was immediately felt by Zichen, and he was uneasy. Although Zichen's mind was filled with Guyu, he did not show any mercy. His mind was gentle, but his hands and eyes were ruthless. He did not show mercy, and he did not show mercy. Wherever he passed, the demons fell to the ground, and there was not even a complete corpse. Fresh blood had already formed a small river behind Zichen. "Kill!" Zichen shouted again, and another group of demons fell. The strength of these fiends were mostly alchemy essence. This level-facing Zichen did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate at all. Human! Such a massacre naturally alerted the demons in the mortal realm. The group of demons separated. A human origin stage demon rushed towards Zichen and attacked fiercely. Pooh! The spear in Zichen's hand shook, and the spear light shot out for more than 10 meters. Zichen held the spear and chopped down. The demon of the mortal origin realm did not even have time to react before he was cut into 2 halves by the tip of the spear. "Damned humans! How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Die!" As soon as a human origin stage demon was killed, several more human origin stage demons arrived and shouted at the same time. Zichen no longer lost control of his emotions, but his expression was as cold as ice. His cold eyes made the hearts of the demons tremble. The spear in his hand moved again, and the mortal origin realm cultivators fell into a pool of blood. A blood feud should be repaid with blood. Zichen was in a frenzy, and there were even more corpses on the ground. Regardless of whether they were in the mortal origin or inner core realm, they were all the same in front of Zichen. One strike dead. The demons went from frenzy to shock, to panic, and finally to fear. When the mortal origin stage demons went forward to blow themselves up, but failed to kill Zichen, they were finally afraid. Retreat, retreat, quickly. I will stop him. An extremely majestic voice sounded. It was an elder of the demon race who appeared. He was emitting the aura of a late-stage mortal origin stage cultivator. Human, you are strong, but you have come to the wrong place to behave atrociously. The elder appeared in the air and blocked Zichen's path. During this time, the other demons received the order and rushed out crazily. They ran as fast as they could, afraid that they would be killed if they were too slow. Zhang Ming and the others also flashed and appeared behind Zichen. Zhang Haotian and Sheng Guanyu did not appear. There were only Zhang Ming and the other two, as well as the spirit-devouring rats. Zichen's breathing became rapid as he continued to kill. He did not chase after the escaping demons. Instead, he stared coldly at the elder of the demon race. Human, if you leave now, I can still give you a chance to live. Seeing that Zichen was silent, the elder said again. Rays of light flashed, and one powerful aura after another came from the distance. It was the 3 demon race experts who had arrived. These 3 were all late-stage, mortal origin stage cultivators, which was the same as the elder of the demon race. The 4 of them stood side by side and stared coldly at Zichen. Zichen's breathing gradually calmed down. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly. It seemed that he was going to attack again. The pupils of the 4 demons suddenly shrank. They did not attack immediately, not because they wanted to give him a chance to live, but because they were afraid of his strength. Now that he was about to attack, they became vigilant. Master, this is bad. This world is sealed. We can't get out. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Master, we can't get out. The teleportation channel is not working. Then, panicked shouts came one after another. When the elder of the demon race heard this, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Zichen again and asked, Is this your doing? Zichen said coldly with endless killing intent, Today, none of the demons will escape. None of them will live. You, the elder of the demon race's expression, changed again. However, at this moment, Zichen attacked. The spear flashed and slashed down, aiming directly at the elder. The elder shouted and used the energy in his body to block the attack. He managed to block Zichen's attack, but it was only one attack. When the second attack came, the elder's body was split apart and his spiritual sense was shattered. Clearly, in this world, the old man was the strongest. He could only block one attack from Zichen, but the other 3 could not even block one attack. Seeing the 4 late-stage mortal origin stage cultivators killed so easily, the fear in the hearts of the demons had reached its limit. They no longer hoped to stop or kill the human. The only way they could think of to survive was to run. No one can escape. With Zichen's shout, a storm of laws swept across the entire world. The Royal Ancient Order could activate the laws of this world, but it could not kill. However, Zichen did not want to use the laws to kill. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the demons one by one with his own hands. In this world, all the demons felt that there was an extra shackle on their bodies, as if they were tied up by chains. Then, their bodies involuntarily flew towards the square. When they arrived at the square, they regained their freedom of movement. However, what awaited them was Zichen's spear. On this day, the whole square was filled with corpses. Corpses were lying on the ground, and blood flowed like a river. None of the demons were spared. Every single one of them was killed. Zichen went on a killing spree today. He really did not leave a single one alive. The scorching sun shone on Zichen's body. After a few hours of killing, His body was already bathed in blood. Even his hair was dripping with blood. After killing all the demons, Zichun was not happy at all. Life was not equal. Revenge was not a life for a life. Zichun would rather not kill these demons than let the humans in the transit station die. Zichun was not in a good mood. Zhangming and the others did not dare to say anything. They just cleaned up the battlefield. The demonic pills were good things. They were resources. They had to take them. Zichun held his spear and walked towards the black stone step by step. In this world, everything in his memory had disappeared. Only the black stone remained. On top of the black stone, a fist print and a palm print were clearly left on it. Zichun raised his head and looked at the black stone in a daze. He stayed there for a day and a night. The next day, when the sun shone on the same spot, Zichun slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had regained his usual calmness. Boom! Energy surged around his body. His robe was torn, and rays of light flashed around his body. When the light disappeared, Zichun had changed into a clean set of clothes. The blood on his face and hair had disappeared. Let's go! Zichun sighed and led the three on the road. When they left, the entire transit station became a world of flames. The demon corpses were on fire, and the river formed by the demon blood was also on fire. This was the energy flame left by Zichun. Under this flame, everything here would be burned, leaving nothing behind. Next, it was the treasure hunt of the ancient road. Little girl, is your calculation accurate? We have run to several worlds. Why haven't we found a chance of survival? The monk who had followed Su Mengyao to several worlds of the ancient road asked discontentedly. We are still alive, which is the biggest chance of survival, Flying Divine Tiger said. But when will this life of running away end? Facing the monk's question, Flying Divine Tiger said disdainfully, How long have you been running? It has only been a few days. Do you know how long we have been running? It has been several years. We have persevered, but you can't? The monk curled his lips and said, I am not used to running. You should know that I, Lord Zhang, am in charge of killing. Usually, others are the ones running because of me. When have I ever run? It's fine if you don't want to run. You stay and kill those demons and mutated beasts. Thinking about the huge black cloud, the monk shook his head. What a joke. He admitted that he was strong, but he was not strong enough to fight against 10,000. If he was really surrounded, he would be exhausted to death. While running, there were still battles. The others were already exhausted and rarely spoke. On the other hand, the monk and Flying Divine Tiger were still very energetic. They often bickered. One called himself Lord Tiger, and the other called himself Lord Zhang. When the two of them were together, it added a bit of fun to the lifeless life of running away. An hour later, the group met mutated beasts and demons again. When the monk saw the demons, he immediately became angry. Why are there demons in every world? Furthermore, there are so many of them. The furious monk was the first to charge over. Then he opened up a bloody path for the group. While charging forward, the pale-faced Su Mengyao opened up another ancient path for the group. Little girl, are you okay? Seeing Su Mingyao's pale face and the energy she shot out was much weaker, the monk could not help but ask worriedly. Su Mengyao shook her head and said, I'm fine. I can feel that the life is getting closer and closer to us. During this time, Su Mengyao used the ethereal path to deduce again. Then, she kept coughing up blood. Her spirit was getting weaker and weaker. She might not be able to last much longer. Xue Lin and the others were worried, but no one could help Su Mengyao at this moment, because the latter consumed a lot of spirit. Treasured pills were not effective. The only way was to rest. But in this situation, if they left Su Mengyao, they would only be surrounded. And if they were surrounded by countless demons and mutated beasts, there would only be death. When she reappeared, Su Mengyao finally gave in and fell down. Before she fell, she said, Life is in this world. Chapter 10:16. Suddenly, a mysterious aura jumped out from the royal thunder token. This aura was both mysterious and familiar. Zichen's expression changed slightly, and he sent his spiritual thoughts towards the world where the aura came from. What entered Zichen's eyes was a large expanse of black clouds that covered the sky and covered the sun. Zichen couldn't be more familiar with this phenomenon. Obviously, the black cloud was filled with demons. Other than demons, Zichen also saw a beast tide formed by many strange beasts in another direction. Along the way, Zichen had explored many worlds with his spiritual thoughts. Naturally, he knew how many strange beasts and demons could fit in a world. The number of strange beasts and demons in this world was much higher than normal, not to mention that this was an origin core level ancient road. Even a mortal level cultivator would have no chance of surviving after entering it. It was very unusual for so many demons and strange beasts to appear in this world. Just as Zichen was guessing whether there was a rare treasure in this world, he heard a familiar shout, "Get lost!" This voice was violent and thunderous. "How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? You're courting death." The shout was heard again. Zichen's emotions immediately fluctuated. Obviously, he recognized that it was Tyrant's voice. After Tyrant's voice, there was a series of dragon and tiger roars, mobilizing the power of rules. Zichen saw through the black cloud and looked below. At a glance, he saw Tyrant, Longhu, Barbaric Dragon, and Flying Divine Tiger. The latter three were huge in size, while Tyrant's head was shining. It was very eye-catching. Then, Zichen saw Wang Xian, and Lin Shui. Between them was the unconscious Su Mengyao. At this moment, Tyrant and the three beasts formed a four-sided defense, blocking the attacks of the demons and strange beasts. While Lin Shui and Wang Xian were taking care of Su Mengyao, they were also attacking. It's them. They're all together. Zichen was shocked when he saw them. However, a murderous intent surged in his heart. The murderous intent that suddenly surged around Zichen made Zhongming and the others at a loss. Fortunately, the murderous intent was restrained as soon as it was released. Zichen opened his eyes again. "Zichen, what happened?" After opening his eyes, Zichen's mood was somewhat off. Apart from the murderous intent on his face, there was also panic and worry. Such an expression should not appear on Zichen's face. "Spirit-devouring rats, come out." Zichen didn't answer. Instead, he shouted down. The spirit-devouring rats had just gone to search for treasures, and everyone had just arrived in this world. Now, Zichen suddenly had the spirit-devouring rats appear, which made Zhongming and the others feel even more strange. "Come out now." Zichen shouted again, his voice filled with anxiety. The ground trembled, and the spirit-devouring rat turned into a beam of light and rushed out. "What's wrong?" "This earth vein is very big. You must have gained a lot. We'll talk about the harvest another day. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning surrounded everyone. When the lightning dissipated, everyone also disappeared. Looking at the dense black clouds, Tyrant complained incessantly. How could there be a chance of survival here? It was clearly a dead end. In the past, Tyrant thought that his combat strength was strong, and he was never afraid of being surrounded. However, in the current situation, facing the black mass of demons and mutated beasts, he no longer dared to say that he was not afraid of being surrounded. Pooh! Pooh! Devil blades slashed and claws slashed. While Tyrant was killing the devils and strange beasts, more and more injuries appeared on his body. However, his situation was much better than the three beasts. Because of his small size, it was not easy for him to get injured. However, the three beasts were very big and they didn't retreat. Naturally, their injuries worsened. Moreover, their blood made the mutated beasts go crazy. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to tear each other apart. In the face of endless frenzied mutated beasts, Not only was the pressure of a supreme beast useless, but it also had the opposite effect, causing the mutated beasts to become even more ferocious. Lin Shui and Wang Xian continued to attack. The two of them were very efficient in killing the enemies, but there were simply too many of them. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the wounds on the three beasts and tyrant increased. At this moment, they didn't even have the time to consume supreme elixirs. Once the energy in their bodies was depleted, they would be drowned by the beast tide and die. Moreover, after they died, there might not even be any remains left. It could even be said that there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The power of the 3 humans and 3 beasts was unleashed in a frenzy and lasted for a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, everyone's power was depleted at the same time. Without power, what awaited them was being drowned by the beast tide and death. We have already persisted for 2 hours. Where is the chance of survival? Tyrant, who had almost no part of his body intact, smiled bitterly. However, in the face of death, he was calm and didn't have any resentment. Wang Xian, and the rest were also very calm. The 3 beasts were panting heavily, and they were unafraid of death. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. The chance of survival is naturally here. The beast tide and demons were already rushing towards them crazily and would drown them in the next moment. However, as this voice sounded, time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. The surging beast tide suddenly came to a standstill. Other than the still beast tide, the attacks from the demons also stopped in an instant. The entire world became quiet and came to a standstill. Tyrant and the rest stared blankly ahead. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a scene was simply a miracle. Similarly, Zichen, who had descended from the sky, was also shocked. He didn't expect that using the power of rules at full force would have such an effect. Let's go. However, this was only a temporary loan after all. He wasn't controlling it with his own strength. Therefore, this situation couldn't last long. However, it wasn't a problem to successfully rescue the group. With a flash of light, Tyrant and the rest disappeared. Shortly after, the demons and beasts recovered. The beast tide and energy attacks instantly drowned the place where Tyrant and the rest were previously. 100 miles away, Tyrant and the rest appeared. However, as soon as they appeared, Zichen waved his hand again and they left this world. Damn, that was really dangerous. Tyrant patted his chest when he appeared in the second world. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. Lin Shui and Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Zichen. Then both of them fainted. Zichen quickly held the two of them and let them lie down slowly. Their injuries weren't serious. However, they were exhausted and needed a good rest. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. Zichen looked at Longhu and the rest. Why are you here? Weren't you expelled? Tyrant asked after swallowing the supreme elixir. Tyrant was in the best condition here. His injuries were healed and he was full of energy. The power of the supreme elixir was healing his injured body. As for Longhu and the rest, they fell into a deep sleep after swallowing the supreme elixir. They only woke up 3 days later. When they saw Zichen, they were naturally excited. Initially, Su Mengyao could sense the vitality, but she didn't know where it came from. After seeing Zichen, she understood everything. After that, it was the joy of reuniting. Both parties shared their feelings. Oh, right, let me introduce you to a few friends. Zhang Ming and the rest appeared one after another. Zhang Haotian, Shang Guanyu, and the spirit-devouring rat were also there. Zhang Haotian and Shang Guanyu were still in closed-door training, so they were surprised by the sudden appearance. But after a quick glance, they saw familiar faces. They knew everyone in the field, so they were surprised, especially when they saw Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. Zhang Ming and the rest were the most surprised when they saw the godly beasts and beauties. After the introductions, the 3 of them were amazed. They were Zichen's confidants, and each of them was more beautiful than the other. Sister Xian Shang Guanyu. I was surprised to see Wang Xian. But she was happy. However, she was surprised when she saw Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. After Wang Xian's explanation, Shang Guanyu knew their identities. She immediately called them sister. In fact, it was hard to say whether these people were older than Shang Guanyu or the people they were looking for were all here. Everyone was happy. After a short reunion, it was time to improve their strength. The invasion of the demon race had put them under great pressure. They were almost killed before. Therefore, everyone focused on improving their strength. As for romance, they naturally put it aside. Zichen was surprised that Tyrant and the rest also had mortal origin fruits. This was because he had obtained some mortal origin fruits recently with the help of the ancient token. After that, Zichen brought the spirit-devouring rat to search for treasures on the ancient road. As for Tyrant and the rest, they entered the purple gold gourd and prepared to break through to the mortal origin realm. The spirit-devouring rat could not only search for treasures, but also find some ruins. It was much more useful than an earth origin realm cultivator. Zichen, who had the ancient token, brought it along. The entire ancient road was like his own backyard. During this period, they found more resources and inheritances. They even found 2 pieces of permanent, innate technique inheritances. About half a year later, Zichen met Lei Ming. After a few months, Zichen met Xia Exan. Other than coincidence, Zichen was the main reason. When the 2 of them saw Zichen, they were overjoyed. After learning that Zichen had established a force, they immediately expressed that they wanted to follow Zichen. After another year of searching for treasures, Zichen decided to leave the ancient road and return to the Wuji sect. In these 2 years, their strength had also broken through. At this moment, everyone had reached the mortal origin realm. Their combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. With everyone together, they were confident that they could break through the encirclement of the beast horde. Let's go back now. Tyrant asked, looking forward to it. Zichen nodded and said, let's go now. That's great. Let's go. We have been on this ancient road for hundreds of years. We are sick of it. The group did not leave immediately. Zichen brought them back to the starting ground to see Sophie and the rest. Sophie and Cripple sighed when they saw the group break through. They were still Dan origin realm cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they had all broken through and reached the mortal origin realm. Zichen asked them if they were willing to leave with him. They shook their heads and said that this was their home. Zichen did not stay for long. He left with the group. This time, they were truly returning to the Wuji sect. Chapter 1017. The teleportation path deviated. When Zichen and the rest reappeared, they were already in a huge desert. The desert was boundless, and one couldn't see the end of it. As the wind blew, the golden sand danced in the air. This is the desert. Monk and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw the desert. Why did you bring us to the desert? The golden desert is so beautiful. Compared to Monk and the rest, Lin Shui and the rest were very excited when they saw the desert. Like little girls, they picked up the sand and threw it into the sky. The 4 beauties soon entered a playful state. They chased each other in the desert and got along well. Desert. There's a desert in the southern region. Zhang Ming and the rest looked at each other in confusion. Although the southern region was vast and boundless, they had never heard of a desert. However, there was a place known for deserts, and that was the western region of the Western Desert. This is the Western Desert, Monk said, confirming everyone's guess. Western Desert. Aren't we going to the southern region? Why are we here? They turned to look at Zichen. The confusion on Zichen's face was no less than theirs. Something must have gone wrong during the teleportation. But don't worry, we'll go back later, Zichen said. It's so beautiful here. We're not in a hurry. We can play here for a few days, Lin Shui said. The other 3 looked at Zichen with pitiful eyes. Zichen nodded helplessly. Okay, but only for a few days. Ziqin, you're so handsome, Lin Shui said with a smile. Ziqin curled his lips. Zhang Ming and the rest snickered. Surrounded by a boundless desert, there was nothing to play with. Ziqin was bored and could only cultivate. Zhang Ming and the others were the same. Only the four of them were having a good time, and their cheerful laughter could be heard constantly. Suddenly, a tremor came from the horizon. Then a terrifying aura appeared. It seemed to be the arrival of a strong master. Ziqin and the rest immediately opened their eyes. However, the aura did not come close. Instead, it disappeared into the distance. Ziqin closed his eyes again and did not care. However, the powerful aura appeared 3 times in one day. This is the aura of the Earth origin state, the monk said when the powerful aura appeared for the 4th time. Earth origin stage. Zhang Ming and the others were confused. Why would an Earth origin stage martial artist come to this desert? And there's so many of them. No one could answer this question. However, Ziqin's intuition told him that something was amiss. He tried to activate the Thunder Clan's ancient medallion, but discovered that there was no reaction. His expression immediately changed and became unsightly. What happened? Tyrant asked when he saw Ziqin's ugly expression. We can't go back. What? We can't go back? Monk stood up at once. Su Mengyao and the others in the distance also looked in their direction. The ancient order has lost its effect. We can't teleport back to the ancient road, Ziqin said. Why would it suddenly fail? This was another question that he could not answer. Afterward, Ziqin got up and flew dozens of kilometers away. During this time, he tried to sense the ancient medallion, but there was no response. After returning, Ziqin handed the ancient token to Lei Ming. You try it. Me. Lei Ming stood up in confusion. This is the Thunder Medallion, which can be used by the people of the Thunder Clan. Try it, and see if you can take us back. Lei Ming took the Thunder Medallion doubtfully. He reached out with his spiritual sense, but shook his head after a while. No response. Su Mengyao and the others walked over. When they found out that they could not go back, Su Mengyao used her ethereal Tao to predict everything. I'm afraid that something big has happened here. The rules have changed. Your medallion has lost its effect. It should be related to the environment here, Su Mengyao said. What is it? I don't know. I can't predict it. Right now, they were in the middle of a desert and could not tell north from south, which was quite troublesome. However, as cultivators of the human origin stage, they were not afraid of being trapped. Right now, they just needed to find a direction to move forward. Among the group, no one could give a good suggestion. In the end, Su Mengyao had to predict again, but the result was not satisfactory either. After a while, she shook her head and said, It still doesn't work. The only place we can go is where the powerful aura is coming from. However, we can't tell if it is a good place or not. The powerful aura was obviously from an Earth origin stage cultivator. If they went there recklessly, it would be troublesome if they encountered an enemy. However, at this moment, there was no other way. Just as they were hesitating, Tyrant suddenly said, Let's go there. Maybe it is a city. There is a city in the western desert. Everyone was confused. Tyrant curled his lips and said, The western desert is not hell. Why can't there be a city? Everyone followed the powerful aura to the place. At this moment, the various powers of the martial heaven continent were dispatching their experts to the western region. They would use transportation formations to reach the western desert. The western desert used to only have one master, and that was the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, more than 20,000 years ago, something happened to the Buddhist sect. A sealed, fiendish demon broke out of the seal and slaughtered the entire Buddhist sect, leading to their destruction. At that time, the demon was extremely powerful. After destroying the Buddhist sect, it slaughtered other creatures. Led by the Jin family, the 5 major forces appeared and killed the demon, saving the people of the western desert. The great spiritual city was one of the bigger cities in the western desert. It was said that when the city was built, it was based on the original great spiritual temple. However, because the Buddhist sect disappeared, it was changed into a city. The style of the great spiritual city was in the shape of a tower. There were all kinds of towers in the city. As it was in the desert, the great spiritual city was not prosperous. However, during this period of time, many cultivators came to the great spiritual city. Here, the most common cultivators were of the human origin stage. There were even many earth origin stage cultivators. After flying for about a day, Zichen and the others saw a big city in the distance. When they got closer, they saw the great spiritual city. A city, there is a city. The great spiritual city. Lei Ming shouted. Everyone flew towards the great spiritual city. However, in the process of flying, they saw many figures appearing in the sky. These figures were all human cultivators, and they were all of the human origin stage. After they appeared, they went straight to the great spiritual city. In a short period of time, dozens of human origin stage cultivators entered the great spiritual city. Such a phenomenon was obviously unusual, especially for Zichen. When he was entering the city, he used his perfect body to change his appearance. When the group entered the city and saw the architectural style of the towers, they were somewhat surprised. However, what was more surprising was that there were many experts gathered in the city. Among them, the most obvious was a group of cultivators with swords on their backs. In the Sky Martial continent, there was only one sect that dressed like this, and that was the Sword Sect. Sword Sect. These are all people from the Sword Sect. Looking at the Sword Sect disciples in the distance, Tyrant said. Zichen looked around and saw a group of tall figures. These people were arrogant and overbearing. They were obviously from the Tyrant clan. Other than that, Zichen also saw people from the Five Elements forces. He was even more glad that he changed his appearance in advance. All the major forces are here. Could it be that something has happened? Or that a treasure has appeared here? Everyone was puzzled. However, after Zichen heard this, he had a guess. Could it be that the Lightning Divine Palace has appeared here? Zichen said, Lightning Divine Palace. Everyone was surprised. Obviously, they did not know that the Lightning Divine Palace had appeared. Zichen explained the Lightning Divine Palace had appeared a few years ago. However, they disappeared after appearing. Zichen explained simply, causing the surprise on everyone's faces to become even stronger. All the major forces have come. The possibility of the Lightning Divine Palace appearing here is very high. Su Mengyao said, Lightning Divine Palace, the legendary place where one can become a god. Since we're here, we can't miss it. We must definitely experience it. Lin Shui laughed. However, Lin Shui's words caused Zichen's expression to change. He looked at Lin Shui and said seriously, if the Lightning Divine Palace has really appeared, then it's too dangerous for you all to stay here. You must leave as soon as possible. Why? Lin Shui was dissatisfied. Because the number of cultivators who died in the Lightning Divine Palace is too many. Zichen said, We don't need you to worry about us. We will be careful. Hearing that, Zichen laughed bitterly once again and transmitted his voice. The Lightning Divine Palace kills people silently. If not for the devil ape and I being lucky, we would have died long ago. Zichen transmitted his voice and described the scene of the Lightning Divine Palace appearing out of nowhere. Hearing that, everyone's faces immediately turned pale. The appearance of the Lightning Divine Palace could be said to be without any warning. That tyrannical power of law was completely destructive. It was impossible to guard against and could not be blocked. That day, if not for him and the devil ape being lucky, the two of them would have died long ago. One great sect after another has been destroyed because of the Lightning Divine Palace. The Lightning Divine Palace is no small matter. Tyrant said, Let's talk about this later. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Lin Shui said, Cultivators could still be hungry. However, no one refuted Lin Shui, and they could only look for a tavern. Everyone walked into a tavern. The tavern's business was very good, and it was almost full. The arrival of Zichen's group, in addition to the four beauties, naturally attracted a lot of attention. "Serve us all the good wine and dishes." Lin Shui shouted boldly after taking a seat. "Looks like the news has spread. Everyone is here." As soon as everyone sat down, a voice rang out. "Everyone is here." Humph, they might be alive to come, but they might not be alive to return. The Lightning Divine Palace is a place where one can become a god. How many powers have been destroyed because of it? If they don't value it and don't revere it, only death awaits them. To even bring women here, I wonder which small power they are from. They truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even the people from the 5 elements aristocratic families wouldn't dare to do so. The surrounding words obviously had the intention of squeezing Zichen's group. However, it was also indirectly informing Zichen that the Lightning Divine Palace might really appear here. As for the arrival of experts from various powers, it seemed like they had already known that the Lightning Divine Palace was going to appear. This time, they were going to attack with all their might. Facing the surrounding ridicule, Zichen could choose to ignore it. However, Lin Shui couldn't. She immediately stood up and said to the cultivator who spoke, "You guys didn't bring your own women here. It's not that you guys don't have the ability, it's just that your women are ugly and can't be shown in public. Humph. So, don't be envious of others here. This little lady is so vicious. Why? Could it be that you're really treating this place as your small aristocratic family? Even the great powers haven't spoken. Yet you, a mere small aristocratic family, have the right to speak?" Chapter 1018. It was just an argument, so Lin Shui snorted and sat down. If the other side had stopped while they were ahead, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But when they saw that Lin Shui didn't react, they thought they had guessed correctly. The other side was from a small power and was clearly afraid. "Little girl, weren't you so confident just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Are you afraid?" "Little girl, don't be afraid. I can see that you're still a virgin. Don't let yourself be wronged by a small family. Go to a large power." "Exactly. It just so happens that we belong to a large power. Why don't you join us?" Everyone's mocking words caused Lin Shui to be embarrassed. She turned to them and said, shameless, "Haha, little girl, you're angry, but your angry appearance is even more lovable." Everyone once more jeered. One of the tables looked at each other, and then one of them stood up, actually taking the initiative to walk over to Zichen's side. "Little girl, I'm from the Martial Heaven Alliance. You should join us. Don't worry, as long as you serve us well, we'll definitely yield to you." This person was just a Hotian expert, but he was extremely brazen. Zhang Ming and the others all stood up, coldly glaring at him. Zichen frowned. Scram! Shui Lin was furious. She pointed a finger at the person. Under the strong force, the person was sent flying and hit the table where they were eating. With a clattering sound, the dishes and wine fell to the ground. "You dare attack us?" That scene clearly infuriated the others. They all stood up, icily glaring at Zichen's group. "You dare to attack people from the Martial Heaven Alliance? How brazen!" Following that, the other cultivators who had been watching also stood up, their gazes filled with hostility. In the entire tavern, there were only 2 tables that hadn't stood up. The others all stood up, their gazes filled with hostility. The Hotian expert that had been sent flying stood up and tidied his clothes. He stared at Lin Shui and said, "Apologize. Apologize or die." Following the word die, the entire tavern was filled with dense killing intent. "I think the one who's going to die is you." Up until now, Zichen had been frowning and had no intention of helping her out. While Shui Lin was angry, she also felt very wronged. She pointed her finger again. This time, her body was full of murderous intent. Shui Lin didn't care what others thought of her. She only cared about Zichen. However, until now, Zichen hadn't said a word. He didn't even look at her. This made Shui Lin extremely disappointed. At this moment, Shui Lin even suspected that after Zichen had another woman, he no longer liked her as much as before. Therefore, Shui Lin was enraged, and the result was the death of the acquired warrior. It was still a finger beam that directly pierced through the Hotian warrior's heart, and then its power annihilated his soul. In front of everyone's gazes, Lin Shui had killed people from the Martial Heaven Alliance. That was like pouring cold water into a pot of boiling oil. Courting death. Die. All kinds of voices filled with the word die rang out. A group of cultivators left their seats and charged over, their eyes filled with endless killing intent. In front of this group of cultivators, Shui Lin wasn't afraid. She turned to look at Zichen. If Zichen still didn't react, it would mean that he didn't care about her. She would kill herself in front of him. Zichen finally raised his head. Seeing the resentful Shui Lin, he smiled. That smile was warm and full of pity. Shui Lin felt even more wronged, and tears began to fall. The surrounding people were confused. She was clearly the one who had killed people. The ones who should be crying should be them. But now she was crying ahead of time. Only Su Mengyao and the others could understand why Shui Lin was crying. The others didn't understand. However, they guessed that this girl must have felt that this matter had gotten out of hand after seeing so many of them. Zichen stood and looked at the surrounding people. You're from the Martial Heaven Alliance. That's right. A life for a life. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the person, and then each of you will cut off one of your own arms, and we'll forget about this matter, said one of the cultivators. Zichen nodded. All right, since you're so benevolent, I'll be benevolent as well. Tell me who's behind you, and then cut off one of your own arms, and we'll forget about this matter. What? The Martial Heaven Alliance's people thought they had misheard. They stared at Zichen. Didn't you hear clearly? You bunch of dogs who bully others because of their master's power. Tell your master to scram out and then cut off one of his own arms, added the monk. His words were clearly much more domineering than Zichen's. We don't know what you're talking about. Hand over the person who killed us, or we'll all die, said the Martial Heaven Alliance's people. Fuck, I really hate you all. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat you all up. I'm going to kill you all. After saying that, the monk jumped out like he was crazy. He charged at the Martial Heaven Alliance's cultivators. Following a series of bangs, the cultivators were sent flying one by one. If they weren't going through walls, they were going through windows. They were all sent flying by the monk in just a few moves. Crackling sounds rang out from the restaurant, as well as some miserable cries. In just a few breaths' time, the people in front of them were gone. Even the corpses on the ground were kicked away by the monk. But even so, the monk still wasn't satisfied. He jumped out of the window and began to madly stomp on the ground. At the same time he cursed, "You bunch of dogs who bully others because of their master's power. Hurry up and tell me who your master is." Through the window, they could still see the monk jumping up and down. This was the first time Zhang Ming and the others had seen the monk so fierce. They were speechless. While the monk was happily stomping on the ground, Zichen said, "Keep stomping on them until they come out." Outside, the monk was stomping even more viciously. As he stomped, he shouted, "You're from the Martial Heaven Alliance. You're from the Martial Heaven Alliance." While everyone was still in a daze, Zichen came back to his senses. He looked at the waitress beside him who was also in a daze. He smiled. "Can the dishes be served?" The waitress was holding a plate of exquisite dishes. When she heard that, she immediately blushed. After serving the dishes, she quietly said, "Their origins are very great. Is this really all right?" Zichen smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any big problems. Besides, even if there is a problem, shouldn't you be responsible for it? After all, we ate in your tavern and caused trouble." The waitress jumped in fright. She stuck out her tongue and hastily left, afraid that Zichen would hold her responsible. Su Mengyao also pulled Lin Shui to sit down. She gently patted the back of her hand, calming her down. Now that she knew this wasn't an innocent problem, but rather a target, Lin Shui was no longer angry. How could Zichen not care about her? If he really didn't care about her, he wouldn't have come looking for her. She knew she had been overthinking things. Weren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Zichen seemed to sense that something was wrong with Lin Shui's mood. Zichen's concern caused Lin Shui to smile once more. She was very happy inside. After all, of the four of them, Zichen was the one who had let her eat first. Of course, Zichen didn't know what this little girl was thinking. Outside, miserable screams were still continuing. The monk was still beating people up. If everyone started eating now, it wouldn't be too good. Zhang Ming carefully asked, "Is this really all right?" Zichen smiled. Of course, the monk doesn't eat these things. Furthermore, he has too much energy. It's good for him to vent it. Amidst the miserable screams, the dishes were served, and everyone once more began to eat. During this time, they also ordered wine. Outside, over 20 people from the Martial Heaven Alliance were being trampled by the monk. Not a single one of them was able to escape. As the monk trampled them, he even told them where they came from. Many cultivators had already gathered. Seeing this scene, they were all speechless. This fellow, not only did he not secretly beat people up, he even told them where they came from. If he wasn't crazy, then he definitely didn't place the Martial Heaven Alliance in his eyes. "Stop!" A shout rang out from the crowd. The crowd parted, and 3 youths walked out. "Young Master Mo, save me!" "Young Master Mo, save us!" Seeing the golden-robed youth at the front, the Xiantian experts began to cry for help. The golden-robed youth's name was Jin Mo. He was a Xiantian expert from the Jin family of the 5 elements. Seeing the scene, he frowned and shouted, "What's going on?" The monk stopped trampling people and looked at Jin Mo. "These are your dogs, right?" Jin Mo looked at the monk. "You're the one who told these dogs to bite your Lord Buddha, right?" asked the monk. Jin Mo coldly said, "Do you know who you're talking to?" "Bastard, you monk, how brazen. Do you know who my young master is? Hurry up and kneel and apologize." Behind Jin Mo, 2 cultivators who seemed to be his guards spoke. "Kneel and apologize? TCH, you delayed Lord Buddha's meal. So Lord Buddha will beat you until you kneel and apologize." The monk charged at the 3 people in front of him. "You're courting death." The 2 people behind Jin Mo charged forward, one of them sending a palm at the monk. Bang! When the 6 syllables mantra appeared, the monk also struck out 2 palms. They were both golden palm prints, but the monk's attack was even more powerful. Bang! Bang! The 2 late mortal Yuan experts were sent flying by the monk's 2 palms. The 2 of them coughed up blood as they flew back. Such power caused everyone's expression to change. Clearly, the monk was using his actions to prove that he wasn't crazy. He really did have power. Jin Mo only saw a blur before the monk appeared in front of him, a fist landing on his stomach. After the heavy punch, Jin Mo's body began to bend like a shrimp. Then, the monk used his elbow and Jin Mo fell to the ground. "You dare to trick your Lord Buddha?" Jin Mo fell to the ground. The monk raised his foot again and stomped on Jin Mo's face. Every step left a footprint. Jin Mo was in a sorry state. This scene happened very quickly, so fast that it was unimaginable. With just 2 strikes, the monk had knocked down the guard and Jin Mo of the Jin family. Seeing Jin Mo being stepped on, the crowd exclaimed. The western region was controlled by the Jin family. They were the absolute overlord. Even in the western desert, the Jin family had absolute control. Now that Jin Mo was being stepped on, it was equivalent to being humiliated in front of their own family. Naturally, the Jin family wouldn't sit back and watch. The sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. There were many of them. Chapter 1019. There were many experts gathered here, and the Jin family was the most powerful. As soon as Jin Mo was beaten up, the experts from the other side arrived. The sound of breaking air stopped. The entire tavern and the monk were surrounded. A group of Origin Realm experts flew in the air, staring at the monk coldly. Enough! The monk didn't realize that he was surrounded. He was still dragging Jean Mo and stomping on him. He only stopped when an expert in the air frowned and spoke. The monk stopped and looked up into the sky. When he saw another golden-robed young man, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. It seems that you are much stronger than this trash. I guess you must be the so-called invincible spiritual body. The monk's words caused an uproar. The invincible spirit body had appeared. This kind of existence belonged to legends. Very few people had seen it in real life. Exclamations rang out continuously. The appearance of a spirit body was very shocking. Jean Ling was very satisfied with the cheers. The appearance of a spirit body should have such an effect. Of course, the premise was that they hadn't heard of the name Zichen. Zichen's appearance had completely broken the legend of the invincible spirit body, humiliating it. Looking at the young man in golden clothes' complacent face, the monk's cold smile deepened. He said, sarcastically, I guess you're the one who instigated this kind of despicable method. A mere spirit body. Your intelligence is really worrying. The monk's arrogance made everyone's expression change. The Western Desert was now under the control of the Jean family. A dignified monk dared to be so bold. This was a sign that his family was going to be destroyed. Jean Ling's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. In everyone's eyes, this guy was a monk, but he didn't think so. If he had to call him a monk, he would be a very different kind of monk. If I'm not wrong, you should know Zichen, right? Jean Ling said. Ha! The monk laughed. Zichen, who was standing at the door, was relieved. So this was the problem. The other party was angry at the monk because of him. Zichen had been careless about this. Although his appearance had changed, Tyrant and the others hadn't. One should know that when Zichen killed the fire spirit in the first human gathering place, Tyrant and the others were there. Other than Tyrant, Su Mengyao and the others were also there. It could be assumed that the Jean family hated Zichen to the core. Their information gathering was also very accurate. Therefore, they recognized the monk's group and came to make trouble. It seems that you are. Jean Ling's expression turned cold, and so did his tone. Some of the human origin realm cultivators' expressions changed. They all knew what Zichen's name meant. He was a powerful cultivator who could kill spiritual beings. However, all of this was limited to the ancient road. Once they reached the outside world, they all subconsciously ignored this matter. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't dare to casually spread it around. So what if it's me? The monk admitted with a look of sarcasm. Jean Ling smiled and said, Nothing much. I just want you to die. Killing intent flickered in Jean Ling's eyes as he coldly shouted, Kill them all! An uproar broke out, and everyone hastily retreated. They didn't want to be implicated. In the blink of an eye, only the Jean family's people and the Martial Heaven Alliance's celestial experts remained. However, these celestial experts were all terrified by Tyrant. They didn't dare to attack now. They were cowardly and suspected of avoiding battle. That was because Tyrant wasn't the only one here. That woman was also very powerful. She could kill a human origin realm expert with a single attack. She was beautiful, but her combat power couldn't be underestimated. Jean Ling looked at everyone's reaction disdainfully. Trash, all of you leave. Wait, a loud shout came from Lei Ming. Zichen's group walked down the tavern stairs. Lei Ming was at the front, and his expression was grave. He shouted, Just now, each of you has to leave behind an arm before you leave. The celestial experts' hearts shook. They glared at Lei Ming's group. They didn't understand. These people were about to die. So where did they get the courage to ask them to leave behind an arm? Jean Ling also didn't understand. He coldly said, You think you can show off in front of me? Before he could finish speaking, Jin Ling saw someone move. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a ray of light passing through the celestial experts. Then there was a poof, poof sound. Arms flew up one by one, and there was fresh blood. There were only a dozen celestial experts. The ray of light only circled around once before returning to its original position. It was an extremely ordinary youth. Ah, my arm! Only when the youth returned did the celestial expert notice that his arm was gone. Only then did he let out a miserable cry. In the distance, everyone sighed in admiration at the youth's speed. He was too fast. They only saw a blur in front of them before he returned. The celestial expert's miserable cry caused Jin Ling's expression to turn incomparably ashen. He raged, "Kill them all!" Killing intent erupted, and energy surged. The Jin family's people all attacked. "Kill!" shouted Lei Ming. He took the lead and charged forward. Xia Xian followed closely behind him, followed by Zhang Ming and the others. As for Zi Chen's women, no one went to protect them. With their strength, they didn't need anyone to protect them. Each one of them was more beautiful than the other, and their battle prowess was also extremely strong. Immediately after, the roars of dragons and tigers rang out. Long Hu, Flying Divine Tiger, and Barbarian Dragon appeared one by one. They had all broken through in the 2 years on the ancient path. Now that they appeared, their terrifying auras spread out. The 3 of them didn't need to give any instructions. The 3 beasts attacked the Jin family's origin realm experts. Against divine beasts of this level, the Jin family's people of the same level were simply courting death. Amidst the popping sounds, several of the Jin family's origin realm experts were already killed. At the same time, the celestial experts who had their arms cut off were also implicated. Several of them died in an instant. The battle happened in an instant, but the outcome was immediately decided. This caused everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. The one who had the overwhelming advantage wasn't the Jin family, but these strangers. Moreover, each of these strangers was stronger than the last. The weakest among them was a celestial expert. Everyone was extremely surprised that the Jin family's people were at a disadvantage. However, as long as the invincible spirit body was here, this wasn't a problem. As long as the spirit body attacked, it would definitely be able to turn the situation around and kill everyone. However, when their gazes shifted again and landed on the invincible spirit body of the Jin family, a scene that made their jaws drop appeared. The spirit body of the Jin family had already attacked. It was surrounded by the monk and the young man from before. The monk was the main attacker, assisted by the power of mantras, and the young man relied on extreme speed to launch sneak attacks. Among those of the same level, the spirit body that was known to be invincible was actually being held back by 2 of the same level. This kind of situation should not have happened. Invincible spirit body, is it that awesome? The monk held a blade in one hand and a fist in the other. He attacked continuously with the power of mantras at the same time. The spirit body was naturally able to deal with his powerful attacks, but there was a young man beside him. The young man's speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were also very tricky. He faintly felt a sense of danger. However, putting the young man aside, the monk's strength was also not to be underestimated. Power of gold slashing. The spirit body of the Jin family shouted. He used his palm as a blade and made a slashing motion. His entire arm turned golden. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards his arm crazily, and a violent aura spread out. Amitba Vajra Palm. The monk put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. The light around his body became extremely dazzling. Extremely pure Buddhist power surged as he slapped his palm forward. Boom! The 2 techniques collided, causing a violent explosion. The monk was sent flying 8 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. On the other hand, the spirit body of the Jin family was sent flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. The crowd was in an uproar. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that the monk had the obvious upper hand in the collision with the spirit body. The spirit body of the Jean family wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at the monk fiercely and then at the young man. In the previous attack, he was on par with the monk. If one really wanted to determine who was stronger, the spirit body was naturally stronger. However, when he was sent flying, he was attacked by a black fist. This was the main reason why he was sent flying. However, the opponent's speed was too fast, and he was also very cunning. No one saw this movement, and they all thought that the monk was the one who sent him flying. The battle was still ongoing. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. No one cared about the pub from before. Unbeknownst to them, there was another table of people in the pub. This was a very strange table of people. They ordered a table of ingredients and a pot of vegetarian wine. They ate while watching the battle. Their expressions were very calm. It was only when the monk clashed with the spirit body that their expressions changed. Buddhist power, the purest Buddhist power. One of them exclaimed. This person was like the others, wearing an extremely large robe. The robe covered his entire head, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. At this moment, due to his excitement, the robe covering his head slipped off. He was actually a bald monk, just like the monk. That's right, it's pure Buddhist power. This is the power of Buddha. Could he be the reincarnation of Buddha? Another exclamation was heard, but this time it was suppressed. It doesn't matter if he is the reincarnation of Buddha or not. Since he has pure Buddhist power, he must be a Buddhist. Who knows, he might even be a pure descendant of Buddhism. When Zichun displayed his extreme speed just now, they were not excited. They were just surprised. At this moment, because of the Buddhist power that was surging around the monk, all of them became excited. Some even danced with joy. Just when they were excited, the battle outside was almost over. The Jean family was completely defeated, leaving behind many corpses. The rest had retreated far away. As for the spirit body of the Jean family, he was constantly retreating under the siege of Zichun and the monk. Moreover, the two of them were very cunning. One of them would either use sneak attacks, or the other would raise his leg and kick wildly. The Jean family spirit body's face was covered with bruises. There were many injuries on his body. Of course, the most obvious were the few big footprints on his body. I searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Zichun, I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 1020. The aura of the Earth Origin Realm descended. But Zichun and the monk did not stop. One punched, the other kicked. Under their combined strength, Jinling was sent flying, losing all his face. The Earth Origin Realm appeared in the air, releasing an endless pressure. Zichun and the monk's movements were hindered, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. They had no choice but to give up on the idea of killing them. Zichun, I didn't expect you to still be alive. In the air, the Earth Origin Realm coldly stared at Zichun, who had changed his appearance. What Zichun? He's Zichun. Jinling, who was sent flying, was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, the expressions of the cultivators who knew the name Zichun immediately changed. Zichun retreated and stood shoulder to shoulder with the monk. He raised his head to look at the Earth Origin Realm and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Zichun, you're Zichun. Ha. Everyone thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive, and even have the guts to come to the Western Desert. The Earth Origin Realm said with certainty. Zichun denied. I don't know what you're talking about. A cold light flashed in the Earth Origin Realm's eyes. You don't know? If I kill them, you should know. After saying that, the pressure became even stronger, causing the crowd to be unable to breathe. The Earth Origin Realm had already surpassed the limits of a human. His battle strength was not something a human could compare with. If he wanted to kill them, no one would be able to survive. Seeing the killing intent in the Earth Origin Realm's eyes, Zichun knew that if he did not admit it, the other party would really kill him. Because of the lightning divine palace, they did not have the time to care about the heavenly barbarian pavilion. This was true, but this did not mean that they did not have the time to care about Zichen. What do you want? Zichen asked, admitting his identity. The crowd was in an uproar. Jinling's face was filled with shock. He only knew that the monk and his group were Zichen's friends, and wanted to kill them to collect some interest. However, he did not expect that the real Zichen was in the group. Aside from the shock, Jinling's face was filled with relief. Fortunately, Zichen did not want to reveal his identity. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not only be in a difficult situation, but also be unable to save his life. The news of Zichen's death had spread like wildfire, but no one had been able to find his body. Some guessed that Zichen's body had been found long ago, but had been hidden by some power. Some guessed that Zichen was still alive, but no one had expected that Zichen was really still alive. You admitted it. The Earth Yuan cultivator sneered. He wasn't sure before, so he threatened Zichen, but now he was sure. Zichen's appearance was restored. He stared coldly at Earth Origin Ream. What do you want? Earth Yuan sneered. Hand over the heavenly book and kill yourself. Otherwise, all your friends will die. You, an Earth Yuan cultivator, are threatening a human Yuan cultivator like me? Don't you feel ashamed? Zichen's eyes were filled with anger, and so were the rest of the people. Earth Yuan cultivator laughed. Shame? I don't think so. If you think it's unfair, then let's fight to the death. It's fair. Fight to the death. Zichen was stunned. He wanted to slap Earth Yuan cultivator to death. An Earth Yuan cultivator and a human Yuan cultivator. How could a fight like this be called fair? Lei Ming and the others were angry, but they did not dare to criticize this shameless Earth Yuan cultivator. Hey, strong cultivator, what's your name? Suddenly Tyrant asked. Of course, I have to sign up for a fair fight. My name is Jean Lincoln. Earth Yuan cultivator said confidently. Jean Lincoln, such a powerful name. But your way of fighting is really shameless. Tyrant ignored Jean Linsan's ugly expression and said, I believe that if you were at the same level as Zichen, even if you were at the same level as him, Zichen would still be able to beat you to a pulp, let alone an early-stage human Yuan cultivator. He could even beat the shit out of you. After Tyrant finished his words, Lin Shui could not help but laugh. The rest of the people also could not help but laugh. Jean Lin Can was trembling with anger. He shouted, Cut the crap. You only have two choices. Either you fight to the death, or you kill yourself. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. If you kill yourself, your friends can live. But if you lose the fight, everyone will die. Zichen, don't believe him. Let's fight our way out. Lin Shui shouted. That's right. You can't trust people like him. Wang Xian said. Fight our way out? If you can try. If I really let you run away, I, Jean Lincoln, will destroy my own cultivation and kill myself. Jean Lincoln said confidently. Zichen's expression turned ugly. He cursed in his heart. Why did the damn token have such a problem? If it had not, he would have already arrived at the Wuji sect. He might even be living a happy life with a beauty in his arms. There were many onlookers around. Their expressions were more sarcastic than sympathetic. Two choices. Hurry up and choose. Jean Ling came closer and shouted. Choose your mother. At most, we will fight to the death. You trashy spiritual body, I will kill you first. Tyrant said angrily. Jean Ling sneered. His face was full of disdain. Tyrant was so angry that he wanted to kick him again. He chooses the third choice. Just when Zichen was in a dilemma, a voice came from behind. This was an unfamiliar voice. Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw a few shiny bald heads appear. The bald leader said to Jean Lincoln, who was in the air, Your Jean clan is too much. How dare an Earth Origin Realm cultivator threaten a human Origin Realm cultivator? Jean Lincoln glanced at these bald heads and did not speak. Jean Ling snorted, Buddhist sect, do you want to be annihilated by appearing here? Even an Earth Origin Realm cultivator would not dare to annihilate us. let alone a human origin realm cultivator. A spiritual body is not invincible, the bald leader said seriously. You. Jean Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent after being humiliated again. You juniors dare to appear here. You must have informed your elders, right? Jean Ling Ken said. That's right. Our Earth Origin Realm Cultivator will be here soon. The bald head stepped forward and stood beside Tyrant. Both sides looked at each other curiously. They were just short of touching each other's bald heads to see if they were really bald. Back then, the Buddhist sect didn't dare interfere in our Jean clan's matters. Now, a mere Buddhist sect that's barely surviving dares to point fingers at us. I'm afraid there's no need for the Buddhist sect to exist. Jean Linsan's words made everyone's expressions change. This was a sign that he was going to annihilate the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was established by the survivors of the Buddhist sect. After 20,000 years, it had reached a certain scale. However, this scale was nothing in the eyes of the Jean clan. Back then, you annihilated the Buddhist sect. Now, you want to annihilate the Buddhist sect. Your Jean clan sure is decisive. A cold voice sounded. Then an Earth Origin Realm aura descended from the sky. The void tore open as a figure appeared. Upon seeing this person, Zi-chan was clearly surprised. This was because the other party was the Earth Origin Realm expert he had met in Heaven's Pride City. Furthermore, this person was the one who had requested the perfect body to give him the lightning token. Senior. Zi-chen's face lit up with joy. The Earth Origin Realm expert nodded at Zi-chen. Ancient race, you are out. Jean Linsan's expression changed when he saw the Earth Origin Realm expert. After the void tore open, it didn't heal. Following that, figures descended from the sky. Leading them was the perfect body. When the other party saw Zi-chen, he said with a smile, Zi-chen, we meet again. Furthermore, we saved your life again. Save me? Stop dreaming. Even if 10 Earth Origin Realm experts came, they wouldn't be able to save him today. Jean Ling said coldly. You actually appeared here. Did you chase the fiends out? Jean Ling Ken asked again. Chased out? How is that possible? Another voice sounded. The void tore open from another direction as a tall fiend appeared. Zi-chen's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the tall demonic figure. This was the earthly origin stage demonic cultivator who had tried to recruit him. And there were many other demonic cultivators who had appeared behind him. Fiends. The fiends have appeared. The appearance of the fiends caused an uproar. Jean Lincoln shouted, Ancient race, how dare you collude with the fiends? The fiend expert smiled and said, This can't be considered collusion. At most, it's a ceasefire. It won't be too late to start a war after we're done with the matters here. Then he looked at Zi-chen and said, Zi-chen, we meet again. Zi-chen smiled bitterly. You really disappoint me. You left so easily, but you killed so many of my children. Zi-chen smiled bitterly as embarrassment appeared on his face. The fiend expert added, Don't worry. As long as we fiends are around, no human will dare touch you. We will protect you. Zi-chen smiled bitterly and awkwardly. There was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Humans and fiends were irreconcilable enemies, but the fiends had saved him time and time again, while humans had tried to kill him time and time again. However, this way, it was an ironclad fact that he had colluded with the fiends. Zi-chen, I didn't expect you to collude with the fiends. The spirit body Jinling looked at Zi-chen with disdain. The monk cursed angrily, damn it. You said we seduced the fiends. If it weren't for your tricks, the fiends wouldn't have appeared. Idiot. The monk and Jinling were quarreling while the 3 earthly realm experts were looking at each other in the sky. It was obviously 1 against 2, and Zi-chen had the upper hand. However, this was the headquarters of the Jin family. It was easy for them to mobilize earthly realm experts. Whoever touches Zi-chen is the same as touching the ancient race. We will use the power of the ancient race to kill, encircle, and kill at all costs. The earthly realm expert of the ancient race said the word kill 3 times in a row. Jean Lin-san's face changed. Although Zi-chan was under the protection of the ancient race, it was not so obvious. But today, the ancient race had made their attitude clear. Haha, I will also say the same thing. Whoever touches Zi-chan is the same as going against the fiends. We will fight to the death with him at all costs. The earthly realm expert of the ancient race said. Of course, his words were not completely out of good intentions. That was because the demon race would never rest until one of them was dead. If Zi-chan was killed, it would become a fuse. The ancient race would be infuriated and would not stop the demon race. At that time, the demon race would use the ancient road to enter the Tianwu continent en masse. And the first to suffer would be the Jin family. The scene in front of them was a game. However, it was not a game between 3 earthly realm experts, but a game between many forces. Behind the 3 of them, there were many forces. Of course, there were also the shadows of heavenly realm experts. Chapter 10:21. Jean Lin-kan stared at the 2 people in front of him. At this moment, Zi-chan was completely ignored. Do you really want to go against the 5 elements' powers? Jean Lin-kan said coldly. Humph, the Earth Origin Realm expert snorted. His attitude was clear. The Demon Clan was much more direct. The Demon Clan expert said, Aren't we enemies? Can you represent the Ancient Clan and the Demon Clan? Jean Lin-kan asked again. In the center of the city, there was a 9-floored pagoda. 3 people stood in the pagoda. One of them was from the Demon Clan, while the other 2 were from the Ancient Clan and the Jin Clan. The appearance of the Demon Clan and the Ancient Clan at the same time did not surprise the Jin Clan. The Heaven Origin Realm was already the peak of the Sky Martial Continent. This was the true Sky Martial Realm. At this realm, to them, there were no enemies in this world. It was not as if they would fight to the death with the Demon Clan. If there was a need, there was no harm in cooperating with the Demon Clan. You want to interfere? The Jin Clan expert said, Your family won't be able to handle it. The Ancient Clan expert replied. The Jin Clan expert chuckled. It's not just my family. The Ancient Clan expert said, Even if the 5 families join hands, we won't be able to handle it. It's not just the 5 families. Even if all the families join hands, we won't be able to handle it. The Jin Clan expert was surprised, so sure. The Ancient Clan expert said, We recently found some ancient books. Ancient books. There are ancient books about the Lightning Divine Palace. The Jin Clan expert was completely shocked. That's right. Coincidentally, we also have some understanding of the Lightning Divine Palace. The Ancient Clan expert said, Is the rumor true that the Lightning Divine Palace has the secret to becoming a god? It's true. The Jin Clan expert's expression changed again. However, after a while, he calmed down. What do you want? Share. Okay. With just a few words, both sides had already reached an agreement. From the beginning to the end, the Ancient Clan expert did not mention Zi-chan's name, nor did he say that he wanted to protect him. However, when the agreement was reached, the confrontation between the 3 earthly Yuan cultivators was over. The Jin Clan left. Apparently, they no longer cared about Zi-chan or the Tomes of Arcane. In the big forces, the Sky Origin Stage cultivators were the ones who made the decisions. In the eyes of the Sky Origin Stage cultivators, Zi-chan was just a nobody, maybe not even a nobody. Maybe he was very talented, but those who could reach the Sky Origin Stage were all talented cultivators. As for the heavenly book in his hands, it was not that attractive to those at the heavenly origin stage. At the very least, it would not be able to surpass the Lightning Divine Hall. Zi-chan, who was only in the human origin stage, was nothing in their eyes. They weren't even interested in mentioning him. However, the agreement had been reached, and the 2 sides were now allies. At this critical moment, no one would pay any attention to Zi-chan. The retreat of the Jin clan was really unexpected. After all, The Jin clan had suffered a loss this time. Zichen, we're leaving too. We'll find you for a drink later. The perfect body left with the ancient race. Zichen, come visit me when you have time. After saying that, the demon also left. Soon, the people from the three forces left. The corpses on the ground were also taken away. Of course, before they were taken away, the wealth in them had been collected in advance. Seeing the monk collect the spirit rings and search for resources, the Buddhist monks had strange expressions. Thank you for your help, masters. Seeing that the monk ignored them, Zichen hurriedly went forward to thank them. Benefactor, you're welcome. The monks bowed to Zichen and then looked at the monk. Clearly, they were more interested in the monk than Zichen. Who are you people? After the monk collected the resources, he looked at the bald men and asked in a ruffian manner. The monks put their palms together again. The leader said, I'm Ming Xan. Ming Xan. The monk's eyes flashed with disdain. Why does a monk have to call a woman by her name? His words immediately caused an awkward situation. A monk beside him explained, we're from the Ming generation. I'm Ming Ju. I'm good and evil. The monk pretended to be an old man. Ming Xan chatted with the monk. Ming Xan's words were kind and humble. He had the temperament of a monk. Compared to the monk, he was much more ruffian. Fortunately, he restrained himself and didn't call him Lord Buddha. You invited us to the Buddhist sect. The monk looked at Ming Xan. Ming Xan emphasized, I invited you good and evil. What exactly is the Buddhist sect that you belong to? The monk asked again. Ming Xan explained, the Buddhist sect is not a thing. It's a branch of the Buddhist sect. Buddhist sect. The monk was stunned. His expression changed. He hesitated for a full minute and finally nodded. All right, I'll go to the Buddhist sect for a while. I'll be back soon. The monk turned around and said to Zichen, be careful. The monk nodded and then left with the monks. When they reached the outside of the city, they saw another monk standing there. Martial uncle, Ming Xan and the others went up to greet him. This was an old monk who had come to rescue them. His realm was at the Earth Yuan realm, but he didn't enter after sensing something abnormal. After the monk left, Zichen and company had nowhere to go. They could only return to the tavern. Just as they took their seats, the perfect body entered the tavern. After entering, the perfect body's expression became extremely exaggerated as he looked at Su Mengyao and company. Beauties, hello. My name is the perfect body. The perfect body extended his hand. However, he awkwardly realized that his hand had stopped in midair. No one paid any attention to him. How is that possible? I'm much more handsome than Zichen. The perfect body was puzzled. He was telling the truth. Although Zichen was handsome, compared to him, there was a huge difference. They were not on the same level at all. A man's charm doesn't depend on his appearance, but on his inner qualities. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with contempt. The perfect body awkwardly retracted his hand and sat down. Zhang Ming and company were already very familiar with him. Both parties greeted each other, and then Zichen introduced them one by one. He started with Lei Ming and ended with Su Mengyao and company. Zichen, although you don't look that good, I have to say that your luck with women is really good. The perfect body sighed from the bottom of his heart. Zichen clearly didn't want to discuss this matter with the perfect body. He asked, what are you doing here? To drink, of course. That's not the problem. Haven't you heard of Lightning Divine Temple? The perfect body said. It's indeed Lightning Divine Temple. A light flashed in Zichen's eyes before he asked, then are we here because of you? What? A hint of confusion appeared in the perfect body's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, by the way, why are you here? Did you hear that Lightning Divine Temple appeared here? Seeing that the perfect body didn't know anything, Zichen didn't ask further. To his surprise, the perfect body's expression turned much more serious. He looked at Zichen and said, Lightning Divine Temple is very dangerous. You can go and take a look, but I'm afraid it's not appropriate for them to follow. Zichen had already made up his mind. Even if the perfect body didn't say anything, he planned on letting Su Mengyao and company return first. The Five Elements faction was determined to kill him. Furthermore, this was the Jin family's faction. Zichen naturally didn't feel at ease leaving Su Mengyao and company here. After the crowd dispersed, Zichen was thinking about this question in his heart. However, he did not immediately bring it up. The monks who went to the Buddhist sect that day did not return. Zichen took a few people with him and wandered around the city. After a full 3 days, Zichen finally asked them to leave. Zhang Ming and company only felt a little regretful that they couldn't see Lightning Divine Temple, but they knew that Zichen was doing it for their own good. As for Lin Shui and company, they were naturally reluctant, but they had no choice but to leave. There was a teleportation array in the city. The perfect body had already pointed out the direction for everyone. Zichen personally watched as the group stepped onto the teleportation array. His eyes were naturally filled with reluctance. After returning, Zichen was somewhat surprised to see the monk return. He asked they've left. "Are you coming?" "Of course not, but you have to make a trip with me now," said the monk. "Where to?" "I made a trip to the Buddhist sect, and they told me some secrets. Then they said that there are incomplete Buddhist scriptures in the Buddhist sect's ruins and that I can bring someone in. Their original intention was for me to bring a monk in, but I don't know them well, so I decided to bring you in," said the monk. "That's something used by monks. It's not of much use to me. Why did you bring me along?" Zichen found it odd. "To be honest, it said that it's very dangerous there. I'm afraid that I'll die inside, so I came to find you." Zichen asked with a smile, "You asked me to be your scapegoat?" "Pooey! I think the two of us have a higher chance of survival. Even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, Zichen would follow." "Are 2 people enough? If not, we can call the perfect body," said Zichen. 2 people is already the limit." Before leaving, Zichen went to find the perfect body and said that he would be leaving for a while. "Hurry up. Lightning Divine Temple has already appeared in this area. It will probably appear soon," said the perfect body. "I know. I'm just looking for something. I'll be back soon. You have to come back as soon as possible. Once Lightning Divine Temple truly appears, it'll be an opportunity for us." Zichen smiled. He didn't dare hope for the chance to become a god. The 2 of them headed for the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in a desert. The monk brought Zichen in without needing to report. Along the way, Zichen realized that there weren't many Buddhist disciples, but they weren't weak. Furthermore, after entering the Buddhist sect, there was a pure Buddhist power surging within the Buddhist sect. He felt much more relaxed. Zichen enjoyed this feeling very much. He stood aloof from worldly affairs and had a natural peace. In that instant, he had the urge to convert. Deep in the Buddhist sect, there was a hall. In the hall sat an old monk. The moment Zichen and the monk entered, the old monk's gaze landed on Zichen. His gaze was calm and deep like an abyss. "This is the helper you found," the old monk said. His words were slow but clear. "Is there a problem?" The monk retorted without much respect. The old monk shook his head and smiled kindly. "Of course there's no problem." "Then can we leave?" The monk said again, his attitude still cold. "Let's go." The old monk stood up and personally led the monk and Zichen. This is the current sect master of the Buddhist sect. The old monk walked in front while the monk explained to Zichen in a low voice. Zichen was surprised. "He's the sect master, yet you still have such an attitude." Chapter 10:22. Zichen smiled when he heard the reason behind the monk's dissatisfaction. "None of these bald thieves are good people. They were the ones who took the initiative to lure me to that lousy place, and now they're threatening me to teach them the incantation." The monk raised his voice slightly, but the old monk in front of him did not respond. Zichen smiled and asked, Then did you give it to them? The monk's expression turned ugly, and Zichen laughed out loud. Obviously, this guy didn't want to be taken advantage of and had given away the mantra. However, since the monk was willing to give away the mantra, it meant that the place wasn't ordinary. It was definitely not a lousy place like the monk said. Moreover, the monk didn't like to be taken advantage of. This time, he was willing to give away the mantra. Maybe the old monk gave him some benefits. Following the old monk, Zichen found that the place they were going to was relatively remote. Moreover, he could sense a powerful aura in the dark. There were only two explanations for this. The first was that the old monk had led them to an encirclement. There were many experts there who wanted to harm them. However, this was obviously impossible. If they really wanted to attack the two of them, the old monk alone was enough. As for the second explanation, it was that the place they were going to was extraordinary. It was an extremely important place in Buddhism. After walking for 15 minutes, the three of them arrived at an entrance. There was a formation at the entrance. The formation distorted and then automatically separated to reveal a secret passage. The three of them entered the secret passage. The passage went all the way down and there were turns in the middle. At every turn, Zichen could sense something abnormal. There were experts overseeing it. In this insignificant place, Zichen could sense several powerful auras. He immediately felt that Buddhism had a deep foundation. After another 15 minutes, Zichen finally saw the exit. When he walked out, he saw a hall. The underground hall was as bright as day. The walls of the hall were inlaid with illuminating stones. In the center of the hall, there was a 2-meter-tall stone platform. The stone platform was engraved with complicated patterns. If one stared at it for a long time, they would feel dizzy. At this moment, there were 8 old monks on the stone platform. They were sitting cross-legged in 8 directions with their eyes closed. Each of them represented a direction, and around the stone platform, there were 2 rows of monks. The first row had 16 monks surrounding the stone platform. The second row had 32 monks, forming a larger encirclement. Like the old monk on the platform, they were meditating with their eyes closed. At that moment, as the Buddhist sect leader entered, all the monks instantly opened their eyes. Their gazes were calm, and they looked benevolent. They put their palms together and chanted Buddhist mantras softly. Seeing these old monks, Zichen immediately widened his eyes, because in his perception, these old monks were all unfathomable existences. In other words, these old monks were all in the earthly Yuan realm. Not only Zichen, but even the other monks were moved. At the same time, the other monks were also sizing up Zichen and Evil Good Monk. However, their expressions were indifferent and no one could tell what they were thinking. "Senior brother, do you want to open this place?" An old monk on the stone platform asked. "Thank you, junior brother." The Buddhist sect leader pressed his palms together. Zichen could clearly feel that the way the monks looked at him had changed. Yes, they were only looking at him, but they were looking at Evil Good Monk the same way. He only glanced at them and then looked away. Next, the 8 old monks on the stone platform began to form hand seals. Streams of Buddhist power surged out from their fingers and landed on the formation in front of them. In addition to the 8 old monks, the 16 monks below the stone platform and 32 other monks also began to form hand seals. All the power gathered at the center of the stone platform. At the same time, a group of old monks was still chanting solemnly. The syllables were ancient, like some kind of Buddhist chant. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. The monk, who was originally indifferent, gradually turned serious. Ignoring the fact that there was no mantra in the Buddhist ruins, the fact that it took so long for so many experts to work together showed how extraordinary this place was. After an hour, the energy at the center of the stone platform finally began to tremble. Then, the space there began to distort. A pitch-black passage appeared out of thin air as if it was being forcefully torn apart. The space cracked open, and the passage appeared. Then a gust of chilly wind blew. In the chilly wind there were ghostly cries, which made one's hair stand on end. The monk's expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, he even had the urge to give up on entering. However, he had placed almost all his belongings here, so he had no choice but to enter. He turned his head to look at Zichen. He saw that Zichen's expression was solemn, but there was a light in his eyes. It was a light of challenge and danger. Immediately, the monk was no longer afraid. He turned his head again and looked at the Buddhist sect leader. He asked, "You have to keep your word. If I come back alive, you will give me the position of sect leader." The monk's question shocked Zichen. He knew that the monk was at a disadvantage and was willing to enter. He thought that the other party must have promised him something. However, he never expected that the other party would actually promise him the position of sect leader. Amitabha, this old monk will not lie. As long as Junior Brother Good and Evil can return safely, the position of sect leader will be yours. The old monk put his palms together. Zichen looked at the old monk in disbelief. Then he looked at the other monks. Their expressions did not change much. There was no surprise or shock. It was as if the two of them were just asking if they had eaten or not. "If I become the sect leader, I can do whatever I want." The monk asked again. The old monk nodded. "You won't interfere with me." The old monk said, "We won't interfere, even if you ask everyone to commit suicide." "All right, I'll believe you this time." After saying that, the monk jumped onto the stone platform. Zichen was very moved by the conversation between the two. However, his reaction was not slow. The moment the monk moved, he moved as well. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the passage. Before they could step in, a suction force came from the passage and sucked them away. The two of them disappeared, and the passage disappeared in an instant. All the monks were sweating. Although the conversation was short, they had spent a lot of energy to maintain the passage. Senior Brother Sect Leader, is Junior Brother Evil Good really a bodhisattva? After the two of them disappeared, an old monk on the platform asked. The sect leader shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I'm 70% sure. This place will also prove it for us. If he is a bodhisattva, he will naturally be able to return successfully and lead the Buddhist sect to avoid this disaster." The monks nodded, but did not say anything else. Zichen and the monk entered a world of Yin wind. The Yin wind whistled in their ears like sharp blades, cutting their bodies. Their robes flapped in the wind. In this Yin wind, there were also Yin spirits. Zichen had already been attacked by Yin spirits several times. "Are you sure this is a Buddhist sect?" What a strong aura of resentment. Zichen looked at the shadow in the Yin wind and asked, "It should be because I can feel the Buddhist power in this place. The Buddhist power is very pure, but it has evil intent." The monk said in a low voice, "Be careful." Suddenly a loud shout was heard. A soul shadow suddenly appeared behind Zichen and attacked Zichen. Lightning flashed around Zichen and golden snakes appeared one after another. The golden snakes slithered around and wreaked havoc outside his body. Crackling sounds were heard continuously. The soul shadow was hit by the electric snakes and let out a shrill scream before disappearing. After this soul shadow, another 7 to 8 soul shadows rushed towards Zichen. Lightning surged around Zichen and easily destroyed the soul shadows. The monk stood at the side and watched strangely, because from the beginning until now, the target of all the soul shadows was Zichen. As for the monk, not only was he not attacked, the soul shadows would take a detour when they saw him. "Why did they only attack me and not you?" Zichen asked curiously after destroying a wave of soul shadows. The monk smiled proudly. "This is a problem of character." Zichen curled his lips when he heard this. The two of them moved forward as the chilly wind kept whistling. However, the soul shadows could not cause any harm to Zichen because lightning had a restraining effect on souls. The chilly wind gradually disappeared, but the world was filled with a chill. After moving forward for about a few miles, Zichen and the monk stopped. The two of them looked ahead and saw a young monk standing there. The young monk looked to be in his 20s and was wearing a kasaya. When he saw the two of them, a look of joy suddenly appeared on the young monk's face as he walked towards them. Zichen and Evil Good Monk looked at each other and did not go forward. They waited for the monk to take the initiative. "You two are here. Follow me." The young monk stopped in front of the two of them. He put his palms together and bowed before speaking. "You knew we were coming?" Evil Good Monk asked curiously. The young monk did not say much. He only smiled. His smile was like a spring breeze, with a compassionate look. Then he turned around and walked forward. Zichen and Evil Good subconsciously followed after him. This place was not like this before. This was a sacred land filled with extremely pure Buddhist power. All the disciples of the Buddhist sect lived here without any worries, the young monk suddenly said. A strange look flashed across Zichen and Evil Good Monk's faces, but they did not say anything. There used to be a pavilion there. Back then, many brothers played chess there. You can still vaguely see some of their shadows. That was a martial arts hall. After the brothers tested their Buddhist doctrine, they would come here to compete. Even now, you can hear Buddhist chants at night. There, the young monk explained the original appearance of this place to the two of them. From time to time, he would say that he could hear and see. This made Zichen and Evil Good Monk feel a chill down their spines. The young monk had a very thorough understanding of this place. It was as if he had lived here before. Everywhere he went, he could describe every blade of grass and every tree. However, the Buddhist sect had disappeared for more than 20,000 years. If he was a disciple of the Buddhist sect, wouldn't it mean that he had lived for more than 20,000 years? If he was really someone from 20,000 years ago, how strong would he be now? But now, as they probed with their spiritual sense, the young monk was only in the mortal origin realm. How could someone who had lived for more than 20,000 years only be in this realm? Strange. There's something strange about this young monk. This was what the two of them thought at the same time. However, they did not know what was strange about the young monk. Chapter 10:23. At first, the young monk was talking about buildings, places, grass, and trees. His tone was calm, as if he was introducing them to them. However, as they went deeper, his words and tone changed. He pointed to a protrusion on the left and said, "That used to be a fake mountain. There was a pavilion beside the fake mountain. Back then, my senior brothers were playing chess in the pavilion. Suddenly, a calamity fell from the sky, and all of them died tragically." Calamity? What calamity? Zichen suddenly asked. An unimaginable calamity. The calamity of the sect's destruction. On that day, it rained blood that shouldn't have reached the Buddhist sect. The blood rain fell into the Buddhist sect and entered the sacred land. The sacred land was stained with blood, and the Buddhist sect was destroyed. The young monk's tone changed from calm to cold. This wasn't a natural calamity. It was a man-made calamity. The young monk suddenly turned around and stared at the two. His expression suddenly became ferocious. A man-made calamity befell the Buddhist sect. Why do you think it was? The Buddhist sect stood aloof from worldly affairs but was destroyed. Who is to blame? The young monk's change in expression made Zichen frown. However, Evil Good Monk snorted coldly. "You darn baldy. You're asking me who I blame? How would I know?" The young monk smiled. His smile was somewhat strange. "Indeed, I can't blame anyone because I don't blame anyone. This is how the world is. If you want to kill someone, you don't need a reason. Just a thought is enough." Seeing Zichen frown again, the young monk looked at him and asked, "Do you think that monks should be merciful? My words go against the essence of monks." Zichen didn't say anything because the young monk's aura had become extremely abnormal. Although there was sadness, there was more resentment. The young monk suddenly put his palms together and said solemnly, "Buddha is merciful." This is the principle of the Buddhist sect. If you meet a good person, you will convert them. If you meet a bad person, you will convert them as well. However, the method of conversion is different. You want to convert us? Seeing the young monk's expression, Zichen asked. All of you are surrounded by endless evil thoughts. I don't know how many people you have killed in your life. The best way to convert people like you is to send you to hell, so that you will never commit evil again. Converting one of you is equivalent to converting millions of people. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura was released from the young monk's body. At the same time, it was accompanied by an evil killing intent. Die. This monk was extremely abnormal. Zichen attacked first. Endless lightning flashed between his fingers and turned into a palm print that hit the young monk. The young monk's body was like a mirror. With a boom, it exploded into countless small pieces. These small pieces emitted light and floated in all directions. Zichen and Tyrant had never seen such a scene before. Their expressions were extremely solemn. The light scattered and landed in all directions. Then, young monks appeared one after another. These monks were all in their true form. Their eyes turned extremely cold. Just as Zichen and Tyrant were guessing if this was a clone, the young monk launched an attack at the two of them. Scram! Zichen shouted. The power around him transformed into a tidal wave of energy that spread out in all directions. Under this energy tide, many young monks were blasted away. However, there was still one who passed through the energy tide and arrived in front of Zichen. Poof! A sharp blade pierced through Zichen's defense and stabbed into Zichen's back. However, before it could penetrate deeply, it was stuck. This attack was unable to break through the powerful, perfect body. Evil Good Monk hit the young monk with his palm. The young monk's body exploded again, but there was still no flesh and blood. How are you? Tyrant looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and then said, I'm fine. He used a Buddhist technique. I'm not too sure. I've never seen such a technique. Tyrant shook his head. Die. The young monk shouted at the same time and attacked the two of them again. However, compared to Evil Good Monk, Zichen suffered a lot more attacks. The young monk's strength was not strong. Either Zichen or Evil Good Monk could kill him. Unfortunately, the young monk's body seemed to be indestructible. Once it was destroyed, it would reappear. Kill him in one shot, Zichen said coldly. It's useless. Today, I'm going to convert you. The young monk's smile became extremely ferocious. Zichen and Tyrant turned into two beams of light and flashed between the various figures. They punched and palms at the same time. Under the powerful attacks, the young monk's figures were all destroyed. During this period, there was a powerful force that wanted to destroy the young monk's soul. However, the two of them strangely found that the young monk did not have a soul at all. However, how could a living person not have a soul? Zichen and Evil Good Monk were puzzled. The light around them dissipated and the young monk appeared again. It's useless. I'm indestructible. Amidst the sinister laughter, the numerous figures attacked again. The two of them began to counterattack. They destroyed the figures again and again, but the other party appeared again and again. The young monk was like an invincible existence in the world, indestructible. No one can be indestructible. All of this must be fake. It must be an illusion. The two of them retreated again, and Zichen said coldly, Illusion? How is this possible? Tyrant was in disbelief. Both of them were at a very high realm. In addition, their spiritual senses were also extremely powerful. If everything in front of them was an illusion, it would naturally not be able to escape their spiritual senses. Zichen did not say much. Whether it was an illusion or not would be revealed soon. Gold and silver light shot out from his left and right eyes respectively. The yin-yang eye appeared. Under the yin-yang eye, Zichen could clearly see the figures around him. He was surprised to find that these figures were all humans and monks. These were all real human figures. but under the influence of yin and yang, Zichen could see that the appearances of these monks were different. Their eyes were lifeless, like walking corpses, but the same murderous intent surged around them. "Kill," Zichen said. Evil good monk raised his hand and released a beam of energy. A monk's body instantly exploded. Under the yin-yang eye, Zichen clearly saw the monk's figure disappear. In this situation, he should be dead. However, soon, a beam of light reappeared and another expressionless monk appeared. This was a new monk. His appearance was different from the previous one. "How is it?" Tyrant asked. "It's an array formation that's both illusory and real," Zichen said. "Is there a way to crack it?" Tyrant asked again. "If it's a demonic ape, it shouldn't be a problem. However, it's probably difficult to crack the yin-yang eye. However, we can give it a try." The two powers in Chen's body began to surge. The gold and silver light in his left and right eyes became even more intense. When the two lights reached a limit, they shot out of his eyes, forming a corporeal beam of light. The two beams of light, one gold and one silver, were like two sharp blades that sliced forward. Space was torn apart by the light. This beam of light contained unimaginable offensive power. For the first time, the group of cruel-looking monks showed fear as they subconsciously retreated. As they retreated, the surrounding space changed. The entire array formation that was both real and illusory was cracked by Zichen. The scene in front of them changed. The two of them were in a courtyard. Around the courtyard were collapsed buildings. There were half-destroyed courtyard walls, a pagoda with only one floor left and half of the courtyard door. Apart from the buildings, the entire courtyard was filled with extremely rich yin energy. The yin energy was extremely cold. Even with his perfect body, Zichen could feel the chill. How can this be? Monk Evil Good looked around, his face filled with puzzlement. Apart from these things, most of the people in the courtyard were monks. They were all bald monks, but they didn't have bodies. They looked more like soul shadows, but they were soul shadows that possessed powerful strength. There was no longer any benevolence or compassion on these soul shadows. Instead, there was only endless resentment and a little bit of fear. The yin energy here is very strong. It's likely that the monks who died back then were infected by the yin energy and became otherworldly items. The light in Chen's eyes converged, but his killing intent remained. He shouted, "Kill!" In the real world, killing these otherworldly items was much easier. The lightning powers in Chen's body were effective against otherworldly items. Now that the lightning powers were released, the otherworldly items died one after another. However, the otherworldly items in front of him clearly had intelligence. When they saw Chen's might, they retreated. Some jumped out of the courtyard walls and ran outside. In the blink of an eye, the place was empty. During this period, the monk kept looking ahead in a daze as though he was recalling something. Chen woke the monk up and walked towards the hall that had one floor left. "Let's go and see if there's anything good." The monk nodded, but his expression changed slightly. There wasn't much left in this hall. Even if there were, they had been eroded by the passage of time and had completely lost their effectiveness. There were a few weapons that had become extraordinary after absorbing too much yin qi. Unfortunately, they were useless to the two of them. During this period, the monk didn't say a word. Chen thought that he was thinking about something, so he didn't disturb him. The two of them left the courtyard and headed elsewhere. However, they didn't walk far before they saw the young monk again. "You're here." The young monk smiled at the duo. "I knew you would come." Chen and Monk Evil Good looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. Yin-yang eye. Chen didn't hesitate and activated his yin-yang eye again. Then he saw the same formation as before. The monk in front of him didn't look much different from the young monk from before. He just looked more mature. After the monk destroyed the other party, he completely destroyed the formation here. Many figures appeared again. Next, Zi-chun broke the formation and used the power of lightning to kill the otherworldly items. Just like before, many otherworldly items died and some escaped. This was also a large courtyard, but it was badly damaged. There wasn't even a decent building. There was nothing to follow here, so the duo could only move forward. However, the same situation happened again. The young monk was still smiling and talking to the duo. Zi-chun broke the formation again and killed the otherworldly items. It seemed to have become a cycle. Only the power of lightning surging around Zi-chun's body could be heard. Monk Evil Good didn't say anything, but the otherworldly items no longer attacked him. After Zi-chun broke 5 of these formations, the monk's face finally regained some color. I understand. The monk looked up at the sky and muttered. Chapter 1024. Zi-chun had known the monk for many years, but he had never treated him as a real monk except for now. At this moment, the monk could be considered a real monk. He looked kind and dignified. Golden Buddhist energy was emitted from his body, and there was a huge golden halo behind his head. Compassionate and compassionate. At this moment, the monk gave Zi-chun the feeling that he was a Buddha, a great Buddha who had attained the Tao. Amitabha. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. The name of Buddha was filled with peace and tranquility. Rays of golden light spread out in all directions with him as the center. The monk sat cross-legged and slowly rose into the air. He chanted again, Om. This was the power of the mantra. It formed a strange force that spread out in all directions. However, it was different from usual. There was no danger in the power of the mantra today. Instead, it was filled with peace and tranquility. The mantra swept past him like ripples. Zi-chun suddenly had an illusion that he had come to heaven, to a fairyland that stood aloof from worldly affairs. The power of the mantra spread out in all directions. The world was originally gloomy and filled with cold yin qi, but under the power of the mantra, the cold yin qi dissipated. The power of the mantra was purifying the yin qi in the area. In the blink of an eye, the power of the mantra spread out 1,000 meters. Zi-chun saw the yin qi dissipate and many souls appeared. Originally, these souls were full of resentment and negative emotions, but after the mantra passed by, these souls seemed to have remembered their past. They raised their heads and stared at the golden light. Their eyes gradually regained their spirit. Then they put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Amitabha. The mantra was filled with compassion and compassion. The golden light scattered and reflected on the bodies of the monks. The backs of their heads seemed to have started to glow as well, turning into Buddhas. The power of the mantra spread, and the mantras rang out continuously. One by one, the souls woke up. Ma. In the air, the good and evil monk's seal changed again, and the second syllable appeared. The golden power of the mantra of truth appeared once again, and then chased after the power of the first mantra of truth. Wherever the mantra of truth passed by, the golden figures of the monks slowly faded away. It could be seen that there was no longer any hatred on their faces. There was only peace, just like the death of a senior monk. The power of the mantra reverberated several miles away. In the blink of an eye, several miles of land was completely purified by the good and evil monk. Ruined halls appeared one after another. The halls that were originally filled with a cold aura were once again emitting Buddhist power. Good and evil monk descended from the sky. His benevolent expression disappeared, and he returned to normal. Zi-chun looked at the monk and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face?" Zi-chun shook his head and said, "The flowers are gone, but the person has changed." "It's changed." Zi-chun nodded. The monk laughed and said, "Haha, do you think I'm being a lot more courteous when talking to you? I didn't call myself Lord Buddha." Zi-chun slapped down, and the monk dodged. The two of them laughed. Then the monk went back to his old job, looking for useful things in these halls. Although the monk was happily shuttling through the halls and didn't seem to have changed much, Zichen knew that the monk was different. It was an indescribable feeling. It actually felt like a real monk. Not long after, the monk walked out with a pile of things in his arms. He came closer and threw them all on the ground. These were all demons subduing pestles. Zichen had seen them before because the monk had one. He immediately laughed and said, "You got so many at once. You're rich." The monk stared and said, "Rich my ass. They're all trash. There's no Buddhist power in them at all. Moreover, they're all imitations. They're just high-quality imitations. Why did you pick them up if you know they're useless?" Zichen asked with a smile. The monk laughed and said, "I can't use them, but you can. Although these things have been reduced to trash, their quality is still not bad. You can bring them back to the everlasting sect and use them to refine weapons. I don't dare to say anything else, but it's not a problem to refine them into human-grade soldiers. It's rare for you to have such intentions, but if you go out, you'll be the sect master of the Buddhist sect. It seems like you should give them to the Buddhist sect. I'm not familiar with them. They might be up to no good." The monk said. Zichen finally kept the imitation demon subduing pestles. Then the two of them continued forward. No one knew where the good things left behind by the Buddhist sect were. The two of them could only walk from hall to hall. Walking and stopping like this, the monk had to use incantations to purify them. They had already wasted a lot of time. In the outside world, the number of experts that came increased by quite a bit. The 5 elements forces, sword sect, killer alliance, tyrannical sect, ancient race, and other forces had all come. The appearance of Lightning Divine Palace was an opportunity that no one was willing to miss. The big forces had already formed an alliance. Therefore, they allowed the small forces to come. After all, it was a fierce battle. Anyone could fight as cannon fodder in the early stages. "You've come. This little monk knew that you would be able to reach here." Once again, they went forward and met the young monk again. This time, the other party looked to be in his 20s. How can this be? Zichen and the evil good monk looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. The evil good monk had already purified many Een souls. However, the young monk in front of him was the only one he couldn't purify. Furthermore, the two of them would meet each other every time, even when the monk was purifying. This time, the young monk didn't go forward. Instead, he looked at the two of them from afar with a smile on his face. However, this smile was extremely strange and even a little strange. This made the two of them feel uncomfortable. "Hurry up and purify," Zichen urged. He didn't know why, but he felt that the young monk's attention was always on him. The evil good monk turned into a real monk again. He soared into the air and the power of mantra appeared. It had to be said that the power of mantra did indeed have an inexplicable power. It was neither a sciention nor acquired technique, but it contained an unbelievable power. Because he was extremely wary of the young monk, Zichen had been using his yin-yang eye to observe him. When the power of mantra arrived, Zichen saw a smile on the young monk's face. This smile was directed at Zichen. It was slightly sinister. Then he turned around and left. When all the monks were affected by the power of mantra's golden light, the young monk turned around and left. The power of mantra had no effect on him at all. This discovery made Zichen wonder if there was an extremely powerful Een Ghost King in the depths of this place, waiting for the two of them to walk into its trap. This guess made Zichen's forehead break out in cold sweat. The power of mantra's purification range this time was as high as 10 miles. The monk had improved greatly during this period of time. "Let's go." The monk rushed towards the half-destroyed buildings and began his treasure hunting journey. For this, the monk was not tired at all. Zichen stood motionless and kept guessing the identity of the young monk. The monk searched for 10 miles and finally entered a half-destroyed treasure pavilion. After 15 minutes, the monk did not come out. This made Zichen's expression change. He rushed in without hesitation. One had to know that the monk had never searched for more than 15 minutes in the past few days. The monk was not in the treasure pavilion. However, Zichun saw a staircase leading down. The staircase was damaged beyond recognition. Zichun jumped down. After walking for about 10 meters, he saw the monk. At this moment, the monk was standing there motionless, as if he had been petrified. His eyes were fixed in front of him. There was half a stone wall. The monk's breathing was even, and he was lost in thought. Zichun was relieved to see that the monk was fine. Out of curiosity, he also looked at the stone wall. Here, just as his eyes fell on the stone wall, Zichun heard a voice in his sea of consciousness. This was the power of mantra, the third sound of the 6 syllables mantra. When this sound rang, Zichun's sea of consciousness was shaken. His whole body was petrified. At this moment, Zichun not only heard the third word of the mantra, but also the first word of the mantra began to vibrate in his sea of consciousness. Many years ago, Zichun was not very familiar with the monk. At that time, Zichun snatched 2 supernatural powers from the monk. The first was Luohan doppelganger. Now, it was one of the 2 clones of Zichun. The second was one of the 6 syllables mantra. Unfortunately, Zichun had studied it for many years, but he still could not get started. Every time he pronounced it, there was only sound but no power. This made the monk laugh. Zichun had asked the monk many times. However, when it came to the mantra, the monk would either pretend to be stupid or remain silent. Over time, Zichun gave up on the mantra. However, he did not expect that today, when he heard the third word of the mantra, the power of the third word of the mantra would drive the first word of the mantra. And the first word of the mantra, which he had never gotten, started to vibrate at this moment. Anima, anima, anai. In addition to the first and the third word, the second word of the mantra rang in Zichun's sea of consciousness. Then, the 3 words of the mantra began to resound in his mind. This kind of vibration, caused by a strange force, was particularly wonderful. Zichun immersed himself in it and gradually understood the trajectory of the vibration. In the sea of consciousness, Zichun tried to pronounce it. A strange force appeared. This force was not strong. It was far from what the monk said. However, it still had the power of the mantra. This was a good start. Zichun was extremely excited. He pronounced it again. This time, the syllables were clearer. The effect of the strange force was much stronger than before. Zichun pronounced it again and again. The power of the mantra gradually appeared. Today he was able to get started. Zichun's harvest could be said to be great. It was also an unexpected surprise. Therefore, Zichun was so excited that he forgot himself. After the first word of the mantra, he actually uttered the second word of the mantra, Ma. Zichun was not familiar with the first word of the mantra. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to succeed when he uttered the second word of the mantra. But now, the second word of the mantra produced a strange force. And this strange force was obviously different from the first word of the mantra. The force was stronger. I actually mastered the second word of the mantra. Could it be that I can master the third word of the mantra today?